As Chair of RDC, we will be conducting RDC and LOC joint work session on legislation 0002-22. So at this time, Mr. Tahi, could you do the roll call for RDC?
Chair, members of the Resource Committee, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee, Law and Order Committee, joint work session on legislation 002-22 for Tuesday, April 12th, 2022. Roll call, Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark A. Freeland present. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Chair, you have 3 members available, but you don't need a quorum for this work session.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Madam Chair Charles Newton, would you like to conduct your roll call?
Yes, Sherelle, can you assist us this morning with the Law and Order Committee roll call?
Good morning, everyone listening in on the call, RDC members and LOC members. Roll call for Law and Order Committee, Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
I am present here at Twin Arrows.
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton is present. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Madam Chair, you have 3 members present.
Thank you very much, staff. Kache, you had citizen kado invocation. Honorable Eugene So, nakat sadal zanash morishnanta.
Aye. Ja, da die niet do. Så se det de store ranchtae. De bæren is niet as ni betjat. Kodeshi hojon det. Ja, ni hitra. Ade ni kitten I naha alia. Ni himma na hastan. Dat tro det klar in. Aro ilsti bihin lado. Shanding baby kittens glad. Arozen man sado arochanissa. Aje da inche bihinla. Il bihinjol. Jedes zido behas ani benla. Jid a ekro naso. Bel kisito ti beha hosnado. Beshanna hatosindol. Ahalana ashina bekida. Nidole. Hol arbes da kata be naso kata ben hitskadol. We didn't know I could have been a yeah. ADC con a nas anita. Could I share and deep in the con. In the bar, Pansy case or Pale deal nito, but a deal needs no icon. A shenanic could have con nahata. ADC nadi in leaning. I could on chop another another needles in leaning con hit her. In the how long what the house is in Kodo, he sheen Kodo, Ashish Zapid, Unfinished Zapid, Pashita Sinot out on some of Hanana see, hot a Kodo area, if she had none, Nilsoko, Naha Tanit Nilsko, he could have Pashin do this in lane, but so kept another cat in lane, so eba. So but another knitting in lane, con yard, but that hot, was not a position, it's no 18 here. In Jesus' name, amen.
Achehe na chatsadan zenigi, janant anbol so, Kroshi ben nacha, Ella ni tlid o le to nahat sa beta na hadit ni hitaros so sigin abikil tikit o le. Achehe janant Kachenos nana introductions. We'll start with honorable members of the Law and Order Committee. Ms. Madam Chair, would you?
Yeah, Shana, Chair Nance. Yate Ben Anolsko. Thank you for listening in. Shay, Eugenia, Charles Newton, and Shia, Auto, Bit Ninchla, Ashe, Bushes Chin, Ashe, Shite, Twapa, Shanella, Twote, A Adet, Shiaho, Akon, A conclusion that A Adet Nasha. Eke. Honorable Eugene, so if you can introduce yourself.
Rita, shared, the additional shady could on which in leader, say it then. He has carried us the other in a shut in lane, which I see even the shit with a talk here, he didn't usually. In leader, quiz kanashi, chicken a deal now, banana banana starter con horses, sending chicken a young ye the neggy, I don't to the chin, was his chain or okay on it as she treat or what's on it as another. Yeah.
Honorable Otto So, can you introduce yourself at this time? Chair Naz, can we come back to Honorable Otto? So he's having a little bit of difficulty right now he was kicked off the line. He's getting back on. So if we can go ahead and move on to RDC. I don't believe we have Honorable Vince James on the line, and we don't have Honorable Edmund Yazzie on the line.
He got bucked off. Honorable So got bucked off, so he's climbing back on his saddle. Janant Kuro Resource and Development Committee, Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning, Shanant, colleagues and staff. Delegate Freeland here. Dothanigi Tutsoni, Slowed Kia Ani Sanjikin, Shachera, Tenabet, Edish, and another. This Osaka, I represent 8 chapters out of each agency. Crown Point, Donahadishki, say I have a Senti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayaza. Good morning. Well, and
Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Good morning, Chairman. Out on the Vice Chair, out on the Shanaka, out on the Law and Order Committee members, Chairwoman, Vice Chairman, and all the members from LOC, out on the staff and litigate from both committees, and then also our staff and out of Chanel. Mr. So, thank you for the prayer this morning. The legislation and table Zagi, Hokai, Asian Benny, the teacher, staff, departments, vision, and then get that on as I almost got Shea Wilson, Sister Junior, and she had all tell that Nasha, other basements, and tell big and cheat, little need cheat without a deal with energy from the 45th agency, but had the shot out on the 45th agency to represent for the resource development committee. With the Navajo Foundation for the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Vice Chair Walker is next door with his 5 chapters. He'll be coming over shortly. Che ya riknez in shia wasan in shla o zait kachini bashish chin san habit la che do kia ani da shnala hot and then shlido hostrago chapters banash nishige ya Hogback, San Juan, and Nizar, Upper Fruitland, Burnham, Aron Newcomb, Musto. So, Queen we also have Honorable Paul Begay on the call. Introduction, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Rick Ness, also Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, Vice Chairs, the members of LOC and RDC committees, and those are staff that are present helping, those are online. Shady needs to Delegate Paul Begay. Not up on the shop. Chi dobe shaki and up on 17. Could be total 20 helly, slacko a 10,000 because de banasha. So this gives in the end. Adway be petonish that should say ya to the treat in the Eden leader here on national division without the nation. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for getting on the call with us. Let's go to staff. Mr. Tahi.
Chair members of RDC, my name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kia Ani and Senjikina, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Chair.
Mr. Tahi, Ms. Springer.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Heather Springer. I'm the Legislative Assistant with the Office of Legislative Services. Sent out Bethany in Omaha. I'm originally from Omaha, Nebraska, but I'm in Tallahassee, New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer.
Hello. Yate Bene, Shay, Lorraine Spencer, Tana Jennings, Twitter Bush's chain, Hanani Deshinaldo, Kiani Deshe, Slido, Law and Order Committee, able as a legislative advisor. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have back on the call with us, Honorable Vice Chair Aroso. Honorable Aroso. We'll come back to Honorable So. Ms. Nota.
Good morning, everyone. Shea Sharon Nota Yanshia. Katnasan Hinishlan touching me Bash's chin, Sinajane, Dashachedo, Tiskane, Dashanale. I am a legislative assistant with Law and Order Committee. Good morning.
Thank you. We also have on the
Chairman
call.
Rick Ness.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable So.
Yes, I've been trying to unmute here, and she auto phone she kaigna toyet leaning shlido twenty is the but based on unshle. I don't serve on the Law and Order Committee from the Navajo Nation Council. That's my introduction, and thank you very much for this meeting here or this work session. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye. Unmute.
Ms. Khan.
Good morning, one and all. Yeah, Resources and Development Committee members, Law and Order Committee members, Danoshiniki, She Mariana Khan, the Shujane, Done and the Shinigi ate what he gleaning the Shin. But Ahi Bashish Chin, Ash Chit, Dasha Che, Tenja Kenna, Dasha Nala, I could our son Nishle. A hehe. Delegate So, very, very wonderful to start our meetings with these prayers. Thank you again. I will be on the call listening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Khan from Speaker's Office, Ms. Siako.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Chairman Nez, members of Resources and Development, She'eya, Melinda Arbiso, Siako, Yanshia, Setna Janin Shlon, Kia Ani Bashichin, Twitchini Dashichedo, Dashchini Dashanele, Legislative Staff Assistant for the Office of the Speaker here in Winter Rock, Arizona. And thank you for having us on the call. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Siako. We also have Ms. Johnson from OLS.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and members of RDC and LOC. Shea Julissa Johnson, Unishia. She had Nishla Kiani Bushachin, Oge Dashache, Hamani Dashanale, Yat Ebin.
Thank you. Dr. Shabala.
Yate Shanantai, Chairman Ricky Nez, Otto Shanantai, Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, Otto RDC, Bishmas and Aji Tanaso Tanigito Law and Order Committee, Aj Bishmas and the Noslini Danaso Tanigi, Yate Binin Sidini do Kudoe, Sagahot Sando, Office Doe.
Thank you. Mr. Jesse Delmore.
Jesse Delmore, Division Director for Navajo Division of Public Safety. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Teresita Klashen.
Yate Bene, RDC and LOC. Teresita Klashen. I'm from the Office of the President and Vice President. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a Dave Filford on the call? No? Anybody from Department of Justice? Do we have Prosecutor's Office? Fish and Wildlife? Go ahead, sir.
Name is Kevin W. Gleason Jr., the Wildlife Law Enforcement Manager / Animal Control Program Manager. Clans are Kintlichini, Hushklish, born for a non-native. If we need Miss Tom, she is here because Animal Control is meeting next door on some other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. From Veterinarian Office? Okay.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Vernon Jackson. I'm the acting Chief Prosecutor for the Navajo Nation. I look forward to the conversation today, and I thank you very much for the time to introduce myself. I will be on the call today. Yeah.
Goshila. Thank you for getting on the call with us. Do we have the Controller's Office on the call? OMB?
Good morning, Mr. Robert Willie from the Controller's Office. Good morning. I sent out a report this morning too, so I'll be on the call. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. OMB? None? Inakshay?
Yes, good morning, Shanella, Chairman Nez. This is Maureen Curley, CEO for the Navajo Nation Housing Authority. Thank you for having this meeting today, and I will be on the call if you have any questions. Thank you. And thank you to everybody being on the call.
Thank you. We do have with us here also Mr. Ray Castillo from Department of Ag.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, participants. Ray Castillo, Department of Agriculture. We're here to listen, participate, and do whatever we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roxy June from Department of Ag.
Good morning. This is Roxy June. I'm Principal Planner with the Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you for joining the call. Do we have the Department of Justice on the call with us? Ms. Blockhart. Honorable Herman Daniels. Introduction, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, and the colleagues, Law and Order Committee. Herman Daniels Jr. I don't mention give it any. It's a chini that's a jet. It's got so eight as another. I don't the toy cleaning. Now, kind of net, it should say, or die the net, slid or die, can't you need stage? I don't know, I hear none of the hotels, I see by here, he'll net. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Sheila. Thank you, Daniels. May everybody please keep your phones on mute. Thank you. Introductions, number 2 on the agenda.
Yes, I can go ahead and help assist. So we do have item number 2. The purpose of this work session is to talk with Resources and Development Committee and also the Law and Order Committee on legislation 0002-22. And this is a legislation regarding vicious dogs. As many of you know, we do have several cases documented on the Navajo Nation where this has occurred. Right now, we do have the prosecutor's office on the line, Fish and Wildlife, Animal Control, Navajo Veterinarian Program, Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Agriculture, Division of Public Safety, and Navajo Housing Authority for possible recommendation and amendments. The Law and Order Committee does oversee the Division of Public Safety, as well as I believe that's we also oversee the prosecutor's office. And we are hoping that we can have this discussion today so that we can move forward legislation 0002-22. Currently on the line, we do have Vice Chair Otto So. I am here with Delegate Eugene So. We are waiting for Delegate Vince James to join the line, but we do have presenters ready to go, Chair Nez. Again, the purpose of this is to have discussion not only on legislation 0002-22, but also the implications that can arise from passing this legislation. Part of that is the funding increase that's needed to go to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Navajo Animal Control, and I believe the veterinarian program, which is not listed on the presentation discussion for the review of the legislation. And this is for limiting the number of dogs and cats a household may possess, and how the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Animal Control, and the Veterinarian's Office does not have enough funding for personnel and then for the programs that they have implemented to try to assist our Navajo people in the number of cats and dogs that they're allowed to have. We're also going to have discussion on establishing additional spaying and neutering, and then also the number of vicious dogs that have caused injuries or deaths to the Navajo people. Chair Naz, we can first, we could go ahead, if you're okay with it, we could turn the floor over to Delegate Eugene so he could talk about legislation 0002-22, since he is the sponsor of the legislation and really what the intent of this legislation was, meant to do. And then perhaps we can start the discussion in that fashion. Chair Nez, I appreciate you taking the helm here while I was eating breakfast. I apologize for that. I should have spoke to you sooner, but you did take charge, and I appreciate that. So I think in terms of the work session, we do, again, a Law and Order Committee does oversee the Division of Public Safety, and we also oversee the prosecutor's office. I have with me today Title 17 that is currently going under revision right now. So I think this is a really good time to have this discussion so that we can include that within the amendment to Title 17, the changes that do need to occur, taking everybody's thoughts and then also their concerns into consideration while we're discussing this legislation. So Chair Nez, if you agree, then possibly letting Delegate Eugene So discuss legislation 0002-22 as an opening to this discussion.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. I do concur that the sponsor should go ahead and do the introduction of legislation 0002-22 that was tabled. That will start off the discussion of today's work session. So Honorable Eugene So, you have the floor, sir.
Shikeni Kado Hotero Dadi no e. It had it Benange Zat Nabaspa Hazen. It Abba Hazen Yedo. Toro by Yoto China Lade. Abba Hazen Ye. Even Nikon of sausage soul. There's a whole soul baggage artist here.
Yeah, Shija, Honorable Eugene. So with that, what we'll go ahead and do is we'll go ahead and start the discussion at this time. We do have the presenters who are present here with us. We'll go ahead and start with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, who can go ahead and maybe we can start the discussion with the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Kevin W. Gleason Jr. I oversee the wildlife conservation officers, and at the same time, I oversee the animal control program. The animal control program currently has a staff of 2 field officers right now. 2. And it's not because we're lacking funding for that. We've had people who have retired or have transferred to other programs, but our base budget of $806,000 funds 4 kennel officers, 5 animal control officers, and 2 senior animal control officers. Currently, in the original base budget, we have 3 vacancies for animal control that we're trying to fill right now, and we're in the process of advertising those positions. We receive an additional funding of $765,785 to our base budget from the President's office, which is funding 6 positions. Right now, we currently hired 3 new staff, but they're in training right now to make sure they understand how animal control works. And there's 2 other positions that we had to are going through OBI right now, and the issues we're having with OBI is background check is with public safety. It's taking 4 to 6 weeks to get them cleared before it goes to OBI. We had to re-advertise the Tuba City position because we had no qualified applicants that applied. We also received one-time funding for this year of $526,000 for 4 additional animal control officers, which ends in September. And right now, that budget's been limbo because thanks to Delegate So over here, Eugene So, he helped us push personnel to get those positions in place. And he was a big help to us because they weren't processing them, but once we got him involved, things moved a lot better. We have, right now, we've looking at hiring 3, but we're waiting on the background, OBI, because they are sensitive positions. We deal with kids, we deal with money. So it takes time for them to get the clearance for them. With those 3 budgets put together right now, Animal Control has a budget this year of $2,097,785. We did submit another unmet needs to the president's office for 1.1 million for 8 more officers and 1 more kennel officer. The last time I talked to them, they said they're still reviewing it, seeing how they can help us, and we're just waiting to see if it's going to get funded or not. But currently, right now, we're running with 2 full-time animal control officers. We have 2 senior officers that are training the new ones, and they're on a month's training. Once they're done with that training, they will have to take NECA 1 and 2 level in order to be certified. We already got them through their euthanasia training, so we completed that. But our biggest hindrance had been getting the positions classified. It took a while. We didn't get them classified till February, but we've already hired 3 new ones, and we're in the process of hiring the others. Dog issues on Navajo is a big issue. The 250,000 dogs we say roam Navajo was a number that we developed more than 10 years ago. Right now, looking at what we're dealing with the dog populations and everything, we think it's at 500,000 now. We do have a lot of issues with irresponsible pet owners. We're even looking at what we allow households to keep, which is 4 pets per household. And we're contemplating on changing that to 2 through council. There's no limitations on working dogs that deal with ranches or sheep, livestock. We still have a large number of bite cases that we get. Port Defiant District is our worst district. They average anywhere from 20 to 30 calls a day. And right now, our best help is going to be to get all these staff on and trained so we can address more complaints per day. Because when you respond to a bite case or livestock damage, the serious stuff, it can take anywhere, depending on how severe it is, from an hour to all day for one case. It just depends on what goes on. To combat the criminal aspect part, because I don't know you folks are aware, but animal control is considered a civilian enforcement program. They're not allowed to force criminal law, only civil law under Title 13. So currently we're working with DPM to get a principal animal control officer designation, where we have an officer in the program that is a law enforcement officer that can enforce the criminal aspects. And the last time I talked to Ms. Toddy, she said she was gonna send it back to me this week so we can make a few changes before she approves it for that position. So we're working on trying to resolve the issues with our dog problem, but with the current staff we have, until we can get them all filled, we're more reactive than being out there and being patrolling. We're being reactive to all the calls because the current officer we have, they're being overwhelmed by what we have. Thank you.
Thank you for that update and for sharing that information on how many staff you have and then also what your current budget is. I just want to ask really quickly. So you said 526,000 for new positions and that ends in September. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That ends in September. And by the time we're done with these 4 positions and get them in the field, it's probably going to be July. So we'll only have them for 4 months.
Oh, geez. So I guess really quickly, with that 526,000, that additional funds, where's that funding coming from and why is it only lasting until September?
When I was out, because I did get COVID, I was out for 3 months. My senior animal control officer, Joe Begay, worked with the council and they allocated us an additional 526,000 as a one-time funding. I can't remember correctly which delegate helped us with it, but we did receive it. And that's under our, it's under 115042 on that funding.
Thank you for that. So with that, we also have in on the agenda, we have animal control. You were with animal control. Okay. There was also mention of Division of Public Safety and also Prosecutor's Office. And then there was questions about the budget. So before we call on the next presenter, colleagues from both RDC and then Law and Order Committee, and then the delegates, other delegates who are listening in on this conversation, on this work session, are there any questions at this time to animal control based on the information that they provided to us here this morning?
Delegate James with the question.
Delegate Vince James.
Madam Chair. Thank you very much. In regards to animal control. Has there been any strategic planning and in that strategic planning or work session, was there any elaboration or discussion regarding having the office open on weekends, holidays, or even during the tribal holidays? Then number 2 is, in your work session over your strategic planning, have you guys discussed it, any portion of increasing your shelters throughout the whole Navajo Nation, maybe even to substation shelters, such sorts, working with certain chapters? Those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Did you get that information? I know it was a little bit hard. There was a lot of background information, a lot of background noise, but the first question was whether you guys have had any strategic planning that would include opening your offices on weekends and holidays and then after hours. And then the second question was whether you have had any strategic planning on increasing the number of shelters that we have here on the Navajo Nation.
It just so happens
That's correct, Shanella.
It just so happens that animal control is meeting next door right now. We developed a strategic plan in our department meeting back in March. We reviewed it and found that we need to do more than what we said we were doing. So right now, the whole animal control department from Navajo Nation is next door with Miss Gloria Tom, and we're trying to be specific in our plan what we want. And to your question about opening the shelters on holidays and weekends, I agree with that. And I suggested that we needed to start doing it once we're full staff. Because currently with the 2, we can't do that. And you asked a question about additional shelters, and we also talked about that yesterday. And currently, right now, I use this for example. If we pick up a dog from Loop because it's at large, it either goes to mini farm shelter or Fort Defiance shelter. So people traveling from Loop have a long ways to go. And the same issue we have with Torreon, Ojo Encino, Montezuma, Navajo Mountain, those areas. And my recommendation to the staff was that we try to develop a shelter in Delcon, one in Shanto, one in Pueblo Pintado, one in Rama, and one for both satellite reservations in Alamo and Tajale. Because when we do animal sweeps out there, it's a long ways for the people to go pick up these animals. But at the same time, we're trying to update our shelters, because right now we're operating in buildings that were built in the 50s by BIA. And these shelters have limitations of 20 to 25 animals. But it's not unusual for us to have anywhere from 100 to 300 in those shelters. And that, because of the lack of space, that causes us to euthanize a majority of the dogs we got. But last year, we had 25% sent out to rescue groups, which is the highest we've ever done. And last year, we took 12,000 dogs, which was a low year, because we've taken as much as 30,000 in 1 year. But yes, we are looking at trying to establish shelters in these other communities because of distance. And we are meeting to strategize how we're going to address all this stuff. And that's what they're doing right now next door to complete that plan. It's actually a 10-year strategic plan that we're doing. I hope that answers your question, Delegate James.
Yeah, Shanella, Delegate Vince James for asking that question. Delegate Vince James, we earlier had the opportunity to introduce ourselves to those who are listening in on the line. And because we do have some divisions and departments that Law and Order Committee does not oversee, I'd like to give you the opportunity at this time to introduce yourself to the people here in the room, and then also those who are online. That would include Animal Control, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Navajo Veterinarian Program, Navajo Housing Authority. Shanella.
Yeah, Shanelle, thank you. Yeah, the Asia Kahasinklo, Kodo, Bishwa, the American Trinity, Kindachi, Laganti, Kahoye, Jedito, Ilichi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito. And then I also serve on the Law and Order Committee and also the other committees that are associated with the council. I am here at Untitled Chapter regarding legislation number 0208-21. So I think that's where all the background noise is coming from. But again, I just wanted to do a brief introduction since I was allowed. Thank you very much, RDC, Law and Order Committee, and then all the divisions, departments under executive branch that are on the line. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Shanella, Honorable Vince James. So with that, committee members, RDC and Law and Order Committee, we did get some information regarding animal control, their strategic planning, what their budget is, how much extra funding they've received for the new positions, as well as the number of increasing the number of shelters in various locations across the Navajo Nation. Are there any other questions at this time? I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
My name is Kevin W. Gleason Jr.
Kevin
W. Gleason Jr.
Oh, Mr. Gleason.
Yes.
Any more questions for Mr. Gleason from Animal Control? Okay, not hearing anything. Mr. Gleason, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Otto, so hold on. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Gleason because he wanted to add one more thing, and then I'll turn the floor over to you, Vice Chair.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate the time. We are wanting that one-time funding to be recurring, because if we train them and we lose them, that's going to have a big effect on the program. We like to continue keeping them. Right now, we're not showing any accomplishments for that budget because we're still in the process of hiring. Like I said, we had issues with DPM and getting those things advertised. But I've been able to justify it to OMB when we need to do certain things with that account, like the equipment order and stuff like that. And they've been supporting us on it right now. But we would like to try to get that additional 526,000 added to the current budget we have. Just a little history on the program. Back in 1996, animal control was developed and put under Fish and Wildlife. Their budget was a little more than 1.6 million, but it funded 16 positions. And what we've been operating with in the last 10, 15 years is only 7. And looking at the size of the reservation, as big as it is, with all the communities we have, and I did some research on the outside, every 2 or 3 community has an animal control program, an officer for those communities, but we have 110 plus communities with 7 officers. And it puts a lot of strain and stress on these officers, and it's hard to keep staff on once they find out what we have to do with the dogs. And we've been lucky, we have 2 officers that have been with the program for 20 plus years, and they're our seniors. I'd just like to give that information. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gleason. So just so we have clarification here. So the 526,000 is for the new position, but that ends in September. What you're asking is to keep that 526,000 in addition to the base budget that you're receiving of 806,000. Is that correct?
Our base budget right now under 115026 is 1.5. Is 1.5. The 726 was added to it by the president's office, and it was recurring.
Okay, so animal control has a base budget of 1.5 million, and the 526,000 for the new positions is what you're requesting to keep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't know how I got 806,000.
Well, that was the original base budget before the president's office gave us 765,000 to add to the budget as reoccurring. And then after that, the council gave us another 526 as a one-time funding.
So just for clarification, you are requesting 2 million roughly.
$2,097,785.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason. Vice Chair Otto So, you have the floor.
You guys hear me?
Oh, Awadita.
Okay. As we were talking about this discussion, looking at legislation 0002-22, and with the brief introduction that didn't have much information in the introduction of this legislation. And then we went into directly to animal control, and we started talking about money. And I pulled up the legislation, and it talks about amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code to establish critical penalties for vicious dogs and other animal attacks. So on the funding aspects of it, I guess I was more looking at, just looking at how I understood the legislation was that we were creating new laws inside Title 17. And the committee of the Law and Order Committee And then a motion to table the legislation pertaining to allowing a work session with the oversight. And right now, we're talking about money. I was assuming that we were going to be talking about the policy. For instance, the neda khayda da what ada bashna ga ko what ada ko ablecha khay neto khay ablecha ya ego ba ne. Thank you. Halik ego la ya when agenda ito ya in me on nesto neto kay ego was pe ani ato ya pe what that's what I'm trying to look at, and I'm hearing more of the money issue. We need this much money. We need this one. The president gave us this and that, but I guess the Title 17 portion is something that we need to have the direct conversation, because if we're just going to continue to talk about money, the work session on Yahera. We need to get to Title 17. Hakish Epe ani Chanadneto, Behez ani E Yapinazo. So Halik Yahil Enish Kitchakish Yahil the Nahakish Yahil Edit the E Ya Quaga Hoshi because Quaga but Kid Yakish Ishish Nadyehish, which is Allah. Because it's just nonsense. I guess if the work session is going to continue to go to geared to monies, the money conversation is going to come up in the budget season, and it based upon but with these policies, I assume that animal control is going to say, yes, we have this new set of policy, and this is how we're going to work with this policy, and this is what's required. Yeah.
Yeah, Vice Chair Otto. So I think a part of this whole issue with getting this legislation in place and trying to address the issues is the budget part. Because during the legislation, as I recall, there was questions of, how can we bring down that number and what can we do? And animal controlers right now talking about the positions right now that they were funded, but because it's going to end in September and these guys are currently in training, their training ends in July. So July, if you count July, August, September, really, they're only going to be working for 3 months. And Mr. Gleason did share that, that they do have vacancies right now to help with animal control. If we don't have the manpower, we can't really address the issues of vicious dogs, here on the nation. And then also the number of animals that are currently in place. And I can say as a delegate, Mr. Gleason, I'm breaking the law because I have 4 dogs that I have and 1 cat, but 3 dogs that they're very tiny Chihuahuas and they live inside of my house. But per the law, I'm breaking the law. And I think a lot of people don't know that. And so, that's really the purpose, Vice Chair, is, when we're talking about addressing this issue with people living on the nation, how many animals they have, and making sure that they're abiding. What Mr. Gleason recommended is, number 1, that we need to keep his budget. Actually, we need to increase his budget so that he can hire more animal control officers. And then he also made the recommendation to change the law. I wrote down 2 animals. I don't know if it's 2 dogs per family or per residence. The recommendation that you made to change the law to help address the number of animals that we have here on the nation, and then also making that known to the Navajo people and how we can get that information out there. But this is the first presenter, Vice Chair, that we have. We still have on the list here, we have veterinarian program because they presented before. I know during budget, they did present and they talked about how many animals they've had to put down. And then also how many animals they actually shelter and try to send off the Navajo Nation to various shelter programs throughout the United States. We have the prosecutor's office who can talk to us about how many cases they have involving animals, and I'm sure they're going to be asking for an increase in their budget as well, because prosecutors, you know, when they get these citations, it becomes really overwhelming. And I believe Mr. Gleason did state that on average, they receive 12,000 to 30,000 dogs a year that come into the shelter. And right now, their shelters, the buildings were built in the 1950s by the BIA, and that they don't have enough shelters across the Navajo Nation right now. So in a way, it's kind of opening up a can of worms right now when we're talking about how do we address vicious dogs on the nation. So that's kind of a recap on where we've been, Vice Chair, and the discussion that has taken place in terms of how do we fix this issue with vicious dogs. So with that, Vice Chair Aroso, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry for sort of but back to the legislation, where I think we're going all over the place. Even though we're talking about money issues, getting other programs, I think the correct people that should be at the table right now is the program, and to talk about how the change of Title 17 is going to benefit this program. The legislation does not have any financial request in it. It's an amendment to Title 17. But that's just my pitch on this, and I guess I'll just wait around for Department of Justice and prosecutors to hear them speak about the how the law change is gonna benefit the victims, and how it's gonna and how punishments are gonna be implemented under this provision. And I believe that was one of the main reasons why the tabling motion happened on this particular legislation. So but in the meantime, I'll just wait around here and wait around for DOJ and prosecutor's office. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair. I think it may be more efficient, talking to Chair Naz here in the room. It may be a little bit more efficient if we can just probably hear from all of the presenters first. That way we get kind of a full overview of how we can address vicious dogs on the Navajo Nation. So we did hear from Animal Control, but at this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call upon Division of Public Safety. I believe we did have Division Director Jesse Delmar, who was on the line. What we would like to hear is, how does the Division of Public Safety address this issue when they're called out on vicious dogs, or when they are called out on animal bite or dog bites? Division of Public Safety, are you on the line? Director Jesse Delmar. I believe I did get a text message from Director Delmar. He had to get off the line very quickly. They are meeting right now with I believe it's agencies from President's Office at the Navajo Nation Museum. So let's go ahead and let's ask Acting Chief Prosecutor, Mr. Vernon Jackson, when your office receives citations regarding vicious dogs or dog bites or any type of animal issues where there might have been attacks, how does your office handle that case, and how many cases of that nature do you see a year? Mr. Jackson.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Chair Charles Newton, and all those who are here today. So when the prosecutor's office receives a citation from the animal control program, the citations sometimes are filed directly with the court. Other times they're brought to the office of the prosecutor directly, where we can review the report that's attached to the allegation of the dog bite or whatever the situation would be concerning an animal that may be involved. We review the report for the application of Title 17, whether it's in the general crimes area of Title 17. For instance, I'll give you an example of a case in Crown Point involving a dog that jumped a fence and ran into the community and attacked two individuals and caused considerable injury, physical injuries to the victims. The owner of the dog took possession of the dog and took him in the house and required lock the dog inside the house. Animal control officers arrived. They immediately contacted the office of the prosecutor concerning the situation. Here, they didn't go straight to the court. They went straight to the prosecutor's office. An assessment was done of the facts related to the situation. Photos were reviewed. Victim statements were reviewed. Within a short period of approximately 3 hours, a determination was made to charge the owner with criminal nuisance. As criminal nuisance is now set in Title 17, a search warrant application was submitted to the court in preparation to have law enforcement officers go into the residence and to get the dog and to have animal control take control of the dog. One more attempt was made by animal control to speak to the owner of the dog, informing the owner that law enforcement was going to get involved and that potentially a search warrant would be executed on the residence to retrieve the dog. The owner then gave up the dog willingly to animal control, and animal control did take possession and take the dog into custody. And in that case, Madam Chair, you ask what we do. We normally work directly with the animal control officers. We receive their report, we receive their evidence. We determine what application of the law would be applicable to the situation. For the example that I just gave, criminal nuisance was charged to the owner for allowing the dog to become a nuisance to the community. And so charges were filed and criminal summons was served. The individual pled guilty to the charge. I'm unsure if the animal control disposed of the dog or not. They probably did because of the court order that it may have come down showing the disposition of the case. Where it becomes problematic is if the citations go directly to the court or the complaint, and time is lost there concerning actions that we could take immediately to file charges in the Navajo Nation court, whether it's a general crimes charge under Title 17, such as criminal nuisance, as it now sets in the law, or some specific violation under the Animal Control Act. Madam Chair, that's a brief description of what occurs when we do get a case from the Animal Control Office. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you for that, Mr. Jackson. Just an FYI, we do have, Chair Naz, we do have Officer Emmett Yazzie. I believe he is a sergeant with the police department who is on the line at this time. Vice Chair, before I call upon you, I'm going to give Officer Emmett Yazzie the opportunity to provide us some information on what police department does in the event that they are called upon for vicious dog attacks or for animal attacks. Sergeant Yazzie, are you on the line? I don't know if it's Sergeant or I can't remember. I think it might be Captain Yazzie. I believe it's *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, this is Commander Emmett Yazzie. I'm representing Chief Noon and Deputy Chief Silversmith. I apologize. I barely just logged in, so I got the very tail end of prosecutors' comments. As far as our response, we take animal issues, especially animal bites, the attacks on livestock, sheep. We do take those calls, and we work in conjunction very well, not only with animal control, but also with the Department of Resource Enforcement. So we will have kind of a three-pronged approach, having the interested parties involved. And so that's how we would approach it, you know, instead of just a one-sided approach, just law enforcement only. I think resource enforcement officers have a very good understanding of the animal laws, animal control laws. So we would bring them to the table and represent the law enforcement side as far as being advocates and trying to represent the victims in the attacks. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commander Yazzie. I apologize. I think I demoted you there shortly. I apologize for that. Commander Yazzie, Acting Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson, and then also Animal Control Officer Mr. Gleason has provided information to this, to the RDC and then also to the LOC on this legislation regarding 0002-22, and just has answered the question of what do they do in the event that this type of issue does get called in. So at this time, I know that we still also have, do we have the veterinarian program on the line before I call upon Vice Chair Otto? So do we have anybody from the veterinarian program on the line? Not hearing anything. Vice Chair Otto, so the floor. Vice Chair Otto, so. Oh dear, Vice Chair Otto, so we'll drop the call. So with that, we do have, again, animal control that has presented to us. We also have the Division of Public Safety, and then as well as the Acting Chief Prosecutor on what they do in the event that there is an animal attack. I do have one question for the Acting Chief Prosecutor. Most states have a 2-bite limit in terms of their dogs. I remember when I was studying for the Navajo Nation bar, we were told that Navajo Nation is a no bite nation, meaning if an animal bites for the first time, they are usually put down. Is there anything in place right now with the Navajo Nation that does cover that, about how many bites is a dog allowed to have before they are put down? And perhaps Mr. Gleason can also answer that question as well. Mr. Vernon Jackson, can you answer that question?
Yes, Madam Chair, I will defer a deeper response to that question to Officer Gleason. But in the interim, I will say that in the analysis of these cases, the legal research that has been done in previous cases concerning the dog bites that have been adjudicated through the Navajo Nation courts, there has not been a barrier nor a constraint put in front of us to say that the dog has to have more than one bite in order for a case to be filed, particularly if the case is going to be filed as a general crimes, under a general crimes charge, such as criminal nuisance, then certainly there is no requirement. The articulation would be the danger, the menace, the terrorizing of the community, pursuant to the language of the law as it now reads, would be the elements of the crime. So at this point, I would say no, there is not one, but I will defer over to Officer Gleason for a further follow-up. Thank you.
Officer Gleason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bites for the program depends on how the bite occurred. If the animal was provoked by the victim and the victim got bitten, usually in those instances, we do not euthanize the dog because it was provoked. But what we do try to do with the dog owner is they now registered our dog as a vicious dog, which means they have to confine it. It cannot be roaming freely, has to be within a fence yard where they can't get out. That's only if they're provoked. Now, using the scenario that Mr. Jackson used, a dog jumping the fence, that dog was aggressive. It went down the street and it bit someone. In that incident, once it bites an individual, by our regulations and rules, that animal's quarantined for 10 days. We have to watch the animal to see if it shows any signs of rabies. If a dog has rabies, once it bites a person, it goes kind of senile at the end of its 10-day quarantine. But once that quarantine is over, we euthanize dogs. We do not return them to the dog owners because it was an unprovoked attack. If a dog on the Navajo Nation attacks livestock and draws blood, those animals are put down. We do not house them. We do not do anything with them unless, in this specific case, we were told to hold that dog. So we held it. But eventually, once the court ruling was over, we euthanized it. But we held that dog for 2 years. And with our shelters as small as that, we can't house them for long periods. If we pick up anyone's strays, we'll only hold them 48 hours before we euthanize them, unless we can get them out to a rescue group. So that's how we handle dogs when it involves in bites and livestock damages. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Officer Gleason. We also have Chair Rick Nez who'd like to ask a question. Chair Nez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. I do have Honorable Stewart on the call who wishes to make a comment and does have a question. After that, I would like to also make a statement. So Honorable Stewart.
Again, good morning, Shania, Chairman, Otto, Madam Vice Chair, Charles Newton, and RDC members and LOC, Law and Order Committee members, as well, Otto, directors, division directors, program supervisors, on the titles of EHIGI and the prosecutor's office. Good morning to all of you. My question would go back to the purpose again of the joint work session again, not again, but to kind of get my thoughts back into where I was thinking when we first were going to plan this, and when this was first going to happen, was to see how late the policies. Navajo Nation, the title, when I get 17, when I get out of 88, hot into what is now under the Fish and Wildlife or even Animal Control Program. Joe, when you do, when you implement policies, you try to benefit it to where it's going to be legible, readable, and understandable to the community member. I'll call 80 dots. And this first part through all these departments and divisions, NHA. Right now, we just heard, from Mr. Gleason, a fenced-in area. As a person that lives in the 4 communities that you are very familiar with, Mr. Gleason, we don't have that many fenced-in areas except for the housing area that belongs to the PHS or TMC. And then AHA down below on the east side of my house and on the other side by the high school, but that's not even fenced in. And then the JW, Fort Worth, former JWJ trailer park is under new management, which they redid their fence. And then on the other side again, east side of Fort, again, it's the same way in Sawmill. They're not all fenced in, like a little yard. There's just one big old fence around the whole property. So that's what I want. That's what I thought we were going to talk about, was what are we going to consider under this legislation? How are these departments, programs, entities, how are we going to get them to say, this is your responsibility? No, those are the ones that are in there right now, but the ones that were in there prior, community members, there are trailer parks out there, there are housing out there in these communities. What are their ordinances? What do they have to say that they're following these guidelines? And Madam Chair, she wasn't familiar. I'm not too familiar as well with it, but I know that, with the 2 that I have, when I still had social media, I had one that ran off, posted him out there, and then found out that he was across the street. He was picked up. So I said, just like his owner, he was out there running around, greeting everybody in the community, the snow, and that. But that was something that happened. I have to pay those fees, that's all. So at that time, but now I'm listening to what's being discussed right now. So I thought that's what we were going to discuss, were these different policies, and then how are we going to make them universal to where a prosecutor can say, hey, NHA, you're in violation. I thought we agree on it, or for Defiance Housing, you're under violation. This is what we agreed to at that meeting. Something like that, some kind of foundation like that, so that it's not different. We all know that all the programs and departments, they operate differently. When we first came in, we saw those, even at our chapter level, we see how different each chapter operates. So I thought this was going to be something to say, hey, this is going to be finally one part, Title 17, one part of the Navajo Nation that we're going to try to fix and make even across the board. That's what I thought we were going to do here with this planning and this meeting today, was to say, this is what we need to do. Where do we need to go after that again? And then, you know, how are we going to work with the programs to ensure that they're being implemented? You know, because you know, I'm glad Department of Agriculture is here, because yes, they will cover and they will talk about the working cattle and horse, sheep, dogs out there. You know, and considering the ranchers that I know out here and how they tend to their animals. But you know, that's what I'm thinking about. How are we going to make sure that those animals, plus the ones that are just pets in a home, in a neighborhood, because just recently again, cleaning the yard down in front of my house, you know, is NHA. I always say that. NHA is right below me in front. There was 4 or 5 teenagers walking around. And these dogs right down below. Dog had a litter this past winter. Trouble every morning when I wake up and I do my stuff. Now those puppies have gotten big now. Now they're chasing those individuals down the street. Yes, they're fenced in, but they still crawl out from under the fence. So how are we going to ask NHA, or how are we going to work with NHA to say that this is what needs to be done? But then again, you come over here to the other side of the hill, on the west side of my house, those tenants from Telecommun Medical Center, they have their dogs in the yard. You don't see them running around in the street. And then, so how is it being handled from both sides? That's why I thought we were going to try to fix and say, oh, this is a good idea. This is what we should implement in here. This should go in here. This is how much we're going to put in here into this area and stuff like that. And I thought that's what we're going to discuss right now. If I'm not mistaken, that was my intention on today's topic for this part 2 on our agenda. That's just all I want to say, Chairman and Madam Vice Chairs. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Let me go to Mr. Gleason for your response, and then I'll have my statement after you.
The law that we're trying to change, animal control supports it 100%. We need it. But it's my understanding with this law, it's a law that the prosecutor would determine that it can be used and filed against an individual. The officers don't make that decision. The prosecutor officer does. As I stated earlier, animal control is limited to Title 13 right now. Animal control officers are limited only to that section. There's no criminal aspects to Title 13. It's all civil, every one of them. And as I explained earlier, animal control officers are civil enforcement officers. They're not per se law enforcement like public safety or rangers or the conservation officers. They cannot file criminal charges. They can only file civil charges the way it's set up right now. And as I explained earlier, that we are working on establishing a principal animal control officer to enforce criminal where they have to meet the Navajo post requirements, just like a conservation officer, just like a PD officer does, in order to enforce criminal law on the Navajo Nation. And that this job description right now is with DPM. We're waiting for their approval. There's a lot of issues in dealing with dogs. Every time animal control does what it needs to do to benefit our people, to protect our people, to solve the issues of kids being attacked or people being killed or the maulings. Once it reaches the outside world, we get criticized. Right now, our own people are afraid to report things because they know if that animal had bitten a neighbor, a friend, or anybody, they don't want to report it. They're afraid to have those dogs euthanized. But once an animal develops that mentality to bite people, like he said, a bunch of puppies grew up and now they're chasing people down the street. With the current staff, it's very hard for them to go to, let's say, his residence to pick up unwanteds because we have our priorities. Which deals with dog bites are the #1 priorities that animal control will respond to. Livestock damage is the second one. Then they look at cruelty and dog fights as the third and fourth. And then it goes to everything else. I'll admit, the last year and a half, we haven't been doing animal sweeps. We've done a few, but not to the extent we were doing it before because of the COVID issue and because of lack of personnel. Right now, we cannot do an animal sweep with 2 officers. It takes 6 or more to do it. We do appreciate when public safety has helped us with their officers being there so they could do stuff. We do appreciate when the rangers have helped. We do appreciate, I use the conservation officers to assist them too at times. But it all depends on what's going on at that time because they all have their own responsibility. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason, for the work that you do with the limited resources that you have with your staff. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, as well as the Law and Order Committee. This legislation here, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, is really good legislation. And I'm sitting here thinking about how to come up with a solution. Every year during budget season, they're requesting funding. But as we all know, funding is very limited. They're hoping that there's funding available to address this issue here. What is the solution? In this legislation here on page 3, starting with line 12, it says, according to the Navajo Times, the death of a teenage girl in Fort Defiance in May of 2021 was the 5th person killed by vicious dogs running at large on the Navajo Nation since 2010. The victims, the victims include a 56-year-old man near Gallup, New Mexico in 2010, an 8-year-old boy in Pine Hill, New Mexico in 2012, a 3-year-old boy, there's a little boy in Sebedake, Arizona in 2016, and a Kayenta woman in the fall of 2020. It's a child, vicious dogs. Tida as edon das skediki geit out at ilnis. Yaha kodo dida behas ani betzil godor netigi benega criminalize halet shado ba hochiliago go. And that you halet shado mos you holongo. Geit out hast edil nis. Ako koro 5 agencies, starting with line 6. It says the website, currently there are only 5 animal control officers employed to address animal control issues for the entire Navajo Nation. At the Nebanahas Zobakago, animal control officers. One animal control officer cannot take care of one agency. They need money to hire more officers. Part of the solution, we're going to have a search for funds and then appropriate those funds. It says here, these officers can only provide services that have been determined as priority. Priority, such as bite cases and livestock damage. On page 228, data website is the Animal Control Program. The Navajo Nation currently lacks an effective animal control program and adequate animal shelters. Because of this, we are unable to provide services in a variety of areas, such as aggressive enforcement of laws, vaccinations, livestock damage investigations, animal bite investigations, quarantines, adoptions, pickup of stray and unwanted animals, dead animal disposal, and assisting with spay-neuter clinics. As a result, over 3,000 individuals are treated each year at hospitals and clinics for animal attacks and bites. The majority of victims are children and elderly. Some of these victims are transported to other hospitals for special treatment. We do have a major problem here on our hands. And I want to thank Honorable Eugene So for this legislation. We have no other choice but to address this issue. We don't want to lose another loved one. I'm glad we're having this work session here today with RDC and LOC, but I do think that we need to have a full council work session from other committees. Because all 24 of us come from 5 agencies. And I think with 24 delegates, we can come up with a solution to help find a solution to this problem that we have on the Navajo Nation. Your loved one being attacked by dogs, and it's dangerous. Last summer, I was driving to my family farm's house. There was a young lady trying to separate 2 pit bulls that got into a fight. I got a 2x4 and trying to separate those dogs. Man, this young girl, she was just sweating. She was tired, dusty, dirty, trying to pull one dog away from the other. And it locked on. There's blood everywhere. Finally, I had no other choice. I had boots on. I started kicking the dog's teeth area. It let go. And the other one got loose. Man, it was a horrible experience for this young lady. So I'm just very glad that it didn't turn on her. But I started yelling for my brother nearby, and he started running over to help out. So then I been yes I oh you better hello. So nan de che say the pets ya the halia. Animals will let sham mosekide yo de yo no ikira des in saya benson on that. So we need to address this issue with the full council as well. Ere hot abahadish to heres nanta no seni di nabikiyas kikito korodo netigate our nas. I'm glad that we have the prosecutor's office on the call as well as public safety. We do have Ms. Hope Wilson on the call also from Resources Enforcement. So thank you for that. Chair Charles Nguyen, back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Nez, I'd like to add just a little bit to that, in that I went back into my notes to read when we set this work session, when it was going through council, when we were getting ready to vote on it, there was a motion to table this legislation because we wanted to know from animal control, from prosecutor's office, from Division of Public Safety, from the veterinarian program, what we can do to try to assist with this legislation. And we know that number one, as you stated, Chair Nez, the funding to hire officers is an important part of this solution. But number two, we brought up, there has to be a change to Title 17. Title 17 is the criminal code. Right now, as Officer Gleason stated, that his office technically is under Title 13. Title 13 is animal control, and any issues that arise under Title 13 is a civil matter. That's two private individuals who bring suits against each other, whereas this criminal matter is the Navajo Nation bringing a criminal charge against an individual. Right now, I'm looking at Title 17. We don't have anything in our Title 17 that is specific to vicious dogs or any type of animal attacks. Acting Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson said that that criminal nuisance was brought up under Title 17, Section 486, criminal nuisance. That charge, the sentence for that charge for criminal nuisance is they could be sentenced to jail, imprisonment, not to exceed 30 days, or be ordered to pay a fine not to exceed $1,000 or both. And what Delegate Eugene So's legislation is doing is it's increasing that time frame, and then also the fine, and it's also putting in there a fine that has to help pay for I guess anything that results from that vicious animal attack. So in terms of what we were all hoping to see, there 2 recommendations have come out during this discussion. Number one is that we need to fund these programs better in order to address this issue. And then number 2 is Title 17, there needs to be a change. But we also have to understand that if council does this change and they add this law into Title 17, it's going to affect our Division of Public Safety. So our police officers will then have to respond at this point to those types of, incidents that happen. I think that from what I heard, some of those cases are sent just to animal control, and animal control has the authority under Title 13 to act, but then it becomes a private issue between 2 individuals. So if we put this in Title 17, it's probably going to mean, there's going to be a domino effect, because then police officers will be required to respond to all of these. Animal control, we have to define what their responsibility is going to be at this point. And that's why I asked that question of the no bite versus one bite. How many bites are dogs allowed to have? Because most states have a one bite law, meaning if a dog bites an individual one time, they're warned. The second time, they're euthanized. We don't have that law currently on the Navajo Nation. And in fact, I was told that we have a no bite law, but I just learned that that's not the case. We don't have anything in line right now. So I think we did start the conversation on a good, on a positive note, in that we're talking about the funds to hire more officers, and then the change to Title 17, making it no longer a civil matter, but changing it to a criminal matter. Now it's a question of, are we prepared with Division of Public Safety? Can they handle these types of increase in their calls? And then the prosecutor's office, we have to hear from them too, because if it becomes a Title 17 criminal matter, it's going to affect our prosecutors. And then it's also going to affect detention as well, because right now it's still just under Title 13. So that's where we're at right now. And I just wanted to add to that, Chair Naz, in that, this is a conversation that it does need to happen. But at the same time, Chair Naz, Law and Order Committee has been working to amend Title 17. And this is one of those legislations that's going to be amending Title 17, but we need some guidance, and we need some information from Division of Public Safety, from detention, from the acting chief prosecutor on this change that may possibly happen, and how that's going to affect your offices and what that's going to mean to your offices. Is it also going to require a budget increase? Is it going to require, identifying only one person to handle these types of cases? Can council create a brand new position where we have somebody who can do the file charges and then follow the cases through, and also work with animal control as a middle person? That's the purpose of this work session today, is how do we fix the law to, to address the issues that are happening here on the Navajo Nation. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions? We do have, Chair Naz, we have the veterinarian on the line right now. I know I did call upon her earlier, and during budget session, I know that she did present to Budget and Finance what she looks at in terms of euthanizing, and then also trying to find homes for dogs that get dropped off at the veterinarian program. And then also the veterinarian program, what they charge our Navajo people is not what you see dog owners being charged off the nation. And I know that because I have a vet off the Navajo Nation, and then I also use the vet here on the Navajo Nation. That the prices are very different in the services that they do provide. So we do have her on the line, but at this time we have Delegate Eugene So who wishes to speak. So I'm going to recognize him at this time. Delegate Eugene So.
So yeah. Oh, ben als je zag kiesel, die ons is zo ziet als het ben je door je zijn ben je what we're witnessing out there. We already know what's going on out there. Ben als je go die gewoon, hoe dan als je kijkt samen dus ik zie deze the way line 14 page. A separate charge is not because it's in the east again it beats and any other I get so sorry. One of the things we need to really understand is we're in a Navajo Nation and we're grown. Then there's other development areas on the Navajo Nation. It seems that somehow the planners and the I let up on they'll develop maybe a community, the fire department or drainage system. The most important thing is in a real good example was the Chile airport. They withdrew the airport and then without no roads going to it. Then they found out there was no road going to that area. So in the future, LDA certified chapters, I think it's time they have to have their own animal control, in their chapter planning, development plans for the future. LA chapter certified it should be already in there. For that was put during the that should have been one of the criteria or a priority. Around the great development, so small game permit, but not train in there every year. I don't think they have any permits these days. Even applicant of other children not say the certified is all also fish and wildlife. Trapping the train in the they do need some help. We need all the help we can. The chapter certified that you should have shelter for these dogs. I don't know, it's a question that I have. Isn't it like when you cut a horse, I do it all entirely. Or could was sort of okay and I'll Toto your batch or that big or adult ago Nahayet. Since shocking Lord or Chomba had shito, I think side I sound Kidilu, other vice versa. Hotel. I call a could argo a bar on Seneca DC charging to what that's instant. Spade or neuter Eliada, it will calm them down. So that's the case. That's what we really need to acquire. So that was a real good help. Could only cut a dollar worth. Acquire with Avance's cases because they have territories. These dogs, Hasin Sagosanata, are the Bohosni Lego, are the village and low, and then knowledge of Janata, and that's all. One not yet that. It was stated and like it also. That's a name, and she's only be spirit in the late or late an hour, or there's either what it is in what I was a husband later, or she they'll get it right here in their head and wake up. I don't want to see that in the higher to to start barking. What I know this day. What I get a chance to have no about the honey. Could he call council delegate need clinic? The in Hassel, come by Yale Cheetah one CKC. I think we need to start making amendments onto this legislation if you want to put something in there. That's what you're elected for. Because on it all needs agency in here. So I did all by Yale Cheetah one so putting it in an amendment and putting it on paper and then push it forward. I do it all by let show Hassens out with the could I get all in the street of the that I had patient has any I would like to request that to all of you council delegates. What I could all yet deep passion that all been to social even passion to talk catch another cat. I'm in the great grandkids now. I just had another a grandbaby. They haven't told me what gender, but late this morning. So now has finished that no. Yeah, I could have said that. So it Agita benched it okay. she get all to tip. I seen a call when I was a grazing committee. And they chang house no. So all night, since the house I know the Albania that's I don't know. Speed when the Ania on the way on the way the art place or the way place remote area. Ania that they not to teach because she lays because it's all with the child answer the son this is that she was really tired. According to don't hit it not also because she yelled it constantly big all the now you are not as teen tracks all around that cap. I think all that night, so many hours that night when she had that cap, she must have protected that cap all the 3 hours. It looks that way. Because they try and when late night, they're ready to attack again, I guess. That's when I went in there and started killing those dots with my rifle. The cases are not all the way. So has out and these calves are very expensive. Didn't say it all, but when it's if it's a side basically and not Chile. It's depend on the kind of if it's a you, we take care of that. I don't know, so then they'll tell you which one to get rid of. But no, but if it's a male, you cut them and then you sell them or you give it away for donation or you can eat it. You're there to manage these things. The dogs are you had to know how to train yourself. These dogs, there are different breeds of dogs that you have to learn how to train them to really obey you when they get grown up. Your by nego when thing okay now I see your neatly. What a haggy was your but hayado has been yet the to other chief and Mrs. Zine has tweeted egg. She we need to start getting rid of some of these dogs by law. So even now, Eddie could not sausage in he does it so why not easily consult that if you want to make amendments, put it in writing and where you want to make that amendment. It's always, we're just always talking, and I don't really feel comfortable with it. Even now, I showed it. The idea put on the division of the adult control that a veterinarian, that adult department, that a fish and wildlife, so resource enforcement. The should have known there's a way on done this jobs. Got in not about the kittens or could also don't share what any could to voice to hear your voice. Thank you. That's it. Oh, she got.
Yeah, Shaja, Honorable Eugene. So right now, committee members and everyone who is listening in, right now I've been taking notes, and so far these are the 4 solutions that have been offered that could probably help lead the discussion. Number 1 is there's additional funding that would need to be put in place, not only for animal control, but more than likely for the veterinarian program as well. When I'm done with the solutions, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Upshaw, who is the veterinarian for the Navajo Nation, who can provide us some information on what she sees in her veterinarian program. So solution 1 is to increase the funding to hire officers and to address the programs needed for animals on the Navajo Nation. Number 2 is to change the laws to include within Title 17 acts relating to animals, vicious attacks. And this would include both human attacks and then also, I'm guessing, and I probably need some clarification on this, Officer Gleason, but are we also including in that other animal attacks as well? Chair Nez described an incident that he came upon where there were two animals, two dogs who were fighting each other. And so we may have to talk about that. And then if we add that part, or if we add the vicious dogs into Title 17, how is this going to affect Division of Public Safety, law enforcement, and then also detention, and then the prosecutor's office? Number 3 solution that was mentioned is lower the number of dogs and cats that people are allowed to have. I believe you did mention 2, but I need some clarification on what the current law states. That's number 3. And then number 4 is in terms of, as Delegate Wilson Stewart stated, that, you know, some of us were not really aware of some of this information that's out there. So how do we get that notification or that information out to the public? And I do have in my notes, you know, increase in budget ? You know, to do a, I guess, a PSA out to the entire Navajo Nation, you know, maybe doing billboards or something to get the information out there. But these are possible solutions at this time that do need some clarification, and then also some discussions to really kind of come up with a solution after leaving this work session. So with that, before I move on, I'd like to ask committee members from Resources and Development and also Law and Order Committee, are there any questions at this time before I call upon Dr. Upshaw from the Veterinarian Office? Not hearing anything. Dr. Upshaw? *6 if you need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Upshaw, perhaps you can give us some information on what your program sees in terms of animals that are dropped off at your facility, what it's costing you right now to keep these animals, and then how your program is working to either euthanize these animals or to get them out off the Navajo Nation and ready for adoption. Dr. Upshaw, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good morning. Yat Eshe, Dr. Upshaw. So we're kind of the veterinary program does have our Operation Puppy Rescue program that does see the surrendered, we call them the surrendered or the unwanted population that comes into the clinic. That is overseen by Olivia Holiday. And then we have our in-clinic portion. So they are separate, but you know, the roaming dog, the intact dog issue stems into both layers, I guess. So as far as the veterinary program, the issues that we see a lot, I would say anywhere from 5 to 6 times a week. We either see livestock damage occurring. This is either like, especially during calving and lambing season, you know, when they attack the lambs and the calves that, you know, that they're on the ground, they're just born. We see those a lot from March up until May, June. And then every other day, we also see dog attacks on other dogs. So we're treating those and, you know, getting them out the door. I'd say the average cost for livestock damage that we see, you know, we really try to keep it under like 100, 120, because a lot of our private practices around us, they don't see livestock. So we really try to keep it as low for them as possible, but still cover our costs of our supplies. So I would say in about a week, we see about 4 to 6 either dog attacks or livestock damage attacks. So that runs probably about 280 to 300 cases a year. And those are the ones that can actually bring them in. A lot of the times, you know, they can't, or they don't have a trailer. So those are really hard to work with. But I think that, like, I know we work closely with animal control, and I think reporting, how we report is a big issue, especially we get a lot of calls about at-risk, I like to call them at-risk homes or at-risk residences where they have, 5 to 10 dogs, 15 dogs, and, just we don't have that capacity or that oversight to go in there and do an investigation. So like, how do all these different entities, I guess, report these at-risk cases or at these? Because a lot of the times, like the dog-on-dog attacks or the dog attacks, I feel like will elevate into a human bite case, right? So if we could kind of have those reporting or those mitigation measures kind of across the board, and that, I think that would help. It would help in some ways, but I also know that it means that animal control does need that capacity to handle those kind of cases. I think another thing is like when we work with NXA, you have your NXA housing and your rural housing and then your home site lease. I think to have an umbrella of whatever number we decide or whatever we decide be the number, of adequate numbers, I think it should encompass all of the elements. That way, animal control or whoever is going to oversee has the capacity to operate under all these arms of our housing that we have out there. Because right now it's really hard, I think, for animal control to go into these different housing areas, whether they have authority or not. So I think that's a big one. And then on our Operation Puppy Rescue side, we send, yes, Olivia does send out, I'd say anywhere from 1,200 to 1,500 unwanted surrendered animals. It is an unfunded program, so it is under our veterinary program. So whatever supplies she needs or whatever veterinary care or veterinary oversight, that's also on top of the 3 clinics that we oversee in the mobile unit. That's on top of the duties that I cover and help her out with. As you know now, the adoptions and they're dropping. So we've had to hold dogs a lot longer, and we don't have a shelter, where we're combining our veterinary clinic and the back of the veterinary clinic as a shelter. So, and we shouldn't really be doing that, but we do it because the need is so high. And we also, do pull from animal control when they need the help. So, I'd say, dog food and Olivia is one person, and I hear animal control cleaning up after 30 dogs. It takes Olivia 2 to 3 hours in the morning, and she's not a kennel tech, and then she comes back in the evening again. So it does take a lot of manpower, time, effort to care when you start to house and shelter animals. That's a completely different beast. And I think that really needs to be looked at, because a lot of it are times I have this question, like, we send out 1,200 dogs, right? 1,500 animals. How many of them actually get adopted? How many of them are actually in foster? And how many of them live a shelter life, meaning they live in the shelter for the rest of their life? We don't have those numbers back from these people, the nonprofits that we adopt out to, So are we really, I know we're doing a service, but is it a good service? How do we measure those controls? And then like disease spread and disease prevention. And there are certain diseases that Navajo has, and if we're sending all these dogs out without testing, or they're just leaving, like every day, what do we know what we're disease load that we're sending out and to where? So I think there's just a lot of questions. I think I like the legislation. I know that it brings a lot of levels of, like you said, what does this do to the police, and how are they going to, like 3,000 cases, right? So are all these 3,000 bite cases going to go directly to police? And then how many police officers or whatever it takes to handle these cases? Or is it going to be another like a bogged down issue, you know? Is it going to be another part that just kind of lags in there and we're trying to do good, but not? So I think that for me, that would be a question. And then I think just a comprehensive program, as everybody stated, and Honorable Eugene so stated, you know, a comprehensive program. So like, this is like at the top end, right? We're like trying to respond or react on the outside in, but what about the inside out? You know, what about, you know, like I said, the reporting, the at risk? I think that's a huge part of mitigating the dog bites and the dog bite cases, and trying to find those at risk homes and those at risk residences, and how do we mitigate in those areas? Like I said, outreach and prevention. You know, you think, as I was looking back, you think, okay, is it the intact roaming dog that's causing an issue? As Miss Honorable Eugene so said, if we spayed and neutered them, would it decrease those issues? I beg, yes, that it would, but also it would also decrease the overpopulation issues. So trying to, I guess, make it not a spayed roaming, semi-roaming dog, would that help us much more, and how much more, you know? So I think outreach is huge, prevention, you know, like a working dog program, Navajo working dog, sheepdog program, because as I said, adoptions are getting full, shelters are getting full, and at some point I fear that we will no longer be able, because we've been moving for so long, right? We've just been moving dogs and cats out for so long and not targeting the issue back at home. So I think a prevention, outreach, education program does need to be part of, I guess, what we're trying to do here as a whole entity. And then also, like I said, a resource center, and you know, adopting back to our own people, you know, a spayed and neutered animal, working dog, whatever it is they may need. You know, it's, you know, a lot of them want the Chihuahua mixes. Why can't we, you know, do like a, I don't want to say a trading program, but you know, with other entities that have high Chihuahua loads, but we have high working dog loads that are getting surrendered. So why can't we, you know, trade off and offer to our elderly what they're looking for, the people that are looking for dogs? So I think a comprehensive program is needed, and I guess just trying to figure out the whys behind it and where we're at, and trying to figure out 40 years of, you know, the change that's occurring within our families and in our communities, and how to mitigate those things. So but I do appreciate you allowing me to talk, and but I think if we could try to mitigate at that dog attack level, for me, I mean, I wish I could just like be like, I had a dog attack case, you know, could you just check it out? Because a lot of times the owners will say, like the previous council said, you know, when that happens, there's a person involved, and that person can easily get attacked. So I think those are ways that we can prevent, and then livestock damage also. So for me, that's it. We do our best and do what we can. I know Olivia, she's out in Sayali. She would probably have a lot. She's the one who moves a lot of our dogs, and we're the same way as animal control. Anything that has bit anybody, we usually do euthanize, just because it is a liability, and a lot of rescues won't take dogs that bite people or livestock, so we try not to take on those cases. And I think that's it for me. If there's any questions, I can go on mute.
Thank you very much, Dr. Upshaw. Honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee and Law and Order Committee, do you have any comments or questions for Dr. Upshaw? Atenya Hakoshila, we'll move right along. Next on the agenda, we have Animal Control, Fish and Wildlife, Office of the Controller, OMB, Department of Agriculture. Would you like to provide your presentation on this? Mr. Castillo?
Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, she left, but thanks for the opportunity to come in and do a presentation, or at least do a discussion, participate in the discussion, members of the Resource Committee and members of the Law and Order Committee. I want to start out by basically, we do have some policies, rules, regulations that are related to dogs, and which is in the Title III, like Chair had mentioned in that number 22 portions where it says amended Title III and Title 13. So we have both of them under Department of Agriculture. It's under Title III, Navajo Nation Code, subchapter 7. It's labeled as control and inspection of livestock, subchapter 7, offenses and penalties. 1361 basically involves dogs killing, injuring, or chasing livestock or equine, liability of owner classifications and stuff, you know, so that is depicted in there. Unlike animal control, where a dog would be in the act of doing something and it's up to the livestock officer or animal control officers to euthanize or do whatever. 1361 basically starts out by saying if any person, doesn't have to be a law enforcement officer, whoever, it could be the permittee, it could be the permittee's kids, it could be permittee's relatives and stuff. So it starts out by saying if any person discovers a dog killing, wounding, or chasing livestock or equine, and discovers a dog under circumstances which show conclusively that it has recently killed or chased livestock and equine, may pursue to kill the dog. Animal control, basically once the animal is outside of that damage to livestock and stuff, they're not allowed to do anything. So basically, again, this is for livestock officers and livestock inspectors, and basically it's open to the general public also. So as animal control had indicated under 1361B, the owner of the dog is liable for all damages caused by the dog chasing, killing, wounding, and stuff, you know, to the animal is 3 times the value of that animal. There are cases that have gone to the courts and stuff, and the courts basically have dismissed these cases based on the mere fact that the individual that is responsible for these dogs don't show up. 3 times, 3 strikes and you're out, I guess, is the rule of thumb or something, and then it's just dismissed. There are cases where animals have been determined that they were damaged, responsible owner, 3 times the value and stuff, and no payments have ever been made and stuff, you know. So although there are these policies, rules, regulations, and laws that are in place, again, these are all civil. The outcome is not what it was intending to be and stuff, you know. So, and under that law for Department of Agriculture and the elected officials and the general public out there, under C, no person shall keep any dog when it is known or liable to kill, injure livestock. Just like Kevin had said, once they draw blood, that's it. They're supposed to be put down. Because if they did it once, they're going to do it again. So those are some of the policies that we have that are in place with the Department of Agriculture and some of the elected officials. And we have conducted certain things with Fish and Wildlife or animal control, and people have actually gotten a small game permit received from officers with some training and stuff. And some of these officials have gone and tried to exercise the incident that they are going to, and actually killing a dog or two. When the police officer shows up, they basically confiscate firearms and everything else, and it seems like they're the criminals now. And some of these people have not received their firearms back at all. But at least the dogs that were doing the damage and stuff were taken care of and stuff, you know. So under those policies, we do have under 1309 representation of these officers and or individuals, the Navajo Nation Prosecutor's Office, which we have tried on numerous occasions, and none of it has ever been successful and stuff, you know. So 1365, there are penalties in there. Anybody that violates or is convicted with punishment, 180 days in jail, $200 to $5,000 fines. And so the other one is under Title 13, and those are animals that are going into the right of way. That might be cattle, horses, whatever, endangering people that are in their vehicles and stuff, you know. So with that, Chair, we have a Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture offense and incident report that we have tried to incorporate that would try to fit into either animal control, resource enforcement, police department, any commissioned officer, because a lot of these incidents, like Mr. Eugene So had indicated when he was a grazing official, sometimes they're the first ones to be called. And if and when they are called upon, we try to get them to do an offense and incident report that might be useful to the officer that might be coming in, whether they be animal control, resource enforcement, and or police department. But as I'm speaking right now, I don't think any of it has ever been really accepted by these offices and or programs. So it's probably something that we probably need to be looking at. It does on the bottom say case referred to animal control, resource enforcement, public safety, BIA, others. So Chair, basically it's just that other thing other than dogs are predators that are out there like mountain lions, bears, and other things. We have encroached upon the wildlife as far as Navajo is living out in the rural areas and stuff. You know, they are beginning to be a problem in animal attacks from wildlife that is out there also. And there also seems to be some indications that some of these dogs are getting more vicious, and they might be crossbreeding with coyotes, foxes, and others. And basically coming back to a domesticated area or a residential area somewhere, and they are more vicious than or companion animals that we have out there and stuff, you know. So Chair, I'm going to leave that with that, and then I'm going to have Ms. June maybe do a response or a statement also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Castillo. Honorable members of RDC and LOC. Any comments or questions for Mr. Castillo? Etten Goshe Yahakuro, Miss Glenda Davis, but it ought Animal Rescue, Rescue Incorporated. Height Oshin, Tin, Al Clotion, Lenny, but I had your Pagishin, which will Edo Rescue. So, Ms. Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the Resource Committee. My name is Glenda Davis. I'm the founder and president of Animal Rescue Incorporated, and we are a nonprofit on the Navajo Nation. we provide animal wellness services to our Navajo people. So since my retirement from the nation, I've grown this nonprofit, and part of the reason I'm here today is to express my recommendation. When this legislation was in the 5-day comment period, I submitted a comment on the legislation 002-22, and my recommendation was to add to the level of laws that we need to grow as a nation. So with this vicious dog legislation, there are smaller legislations that we also should be considering as a tribe to protect our people and to help our people grow and learn how to take care of their animals. So if you look on, I don't think it has a page number, but it's the first comment on the, let's see, January 13th, 7 a.m. So my comment was to add the animal cruelty component to our codes. When we amended the Navajo Animal Ordinance in 2018, the officers of the Animal Control Program put in the legislation animal abuse, animal abandonment codes. But as it got to council floor, because of the gravity of the penalties and the fees, it was pulled out and recommended that it be placed in Title 17. So that was disheartening to us because we have a vast amount of animal cruelty, abandonment, starving animals, animals on the highways. And this law, these laws, this recommendation would actually assist us to help teach our Navajo people that you shouldn't do that. If they would take care of their pets and understand that they have all the benefits of living, that they would recognize and not get as aggressive and as far as we are at this point with this legislation. So this recommendation is to request for the committees to look at the language and create and adopt some laws so that pets will not be abandoned in the middle of the reservation. Pets will not be starving, that they would be attacking 3-year-old little boys. Pets would not be lying on our highways. So this recommendation is only a suggestion, and I respectfully like to speak on that. Thank you so much.
Ms. Davis, do you need a new microphone? Are you done? Okay. Shananta, no, Senegi Krosh, Naidos kid. Ms. Davis, Nikitla Snaggy. Honorable Oroso, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis, for your information you provided to the committees, and also the expanding on animal abandonment and also animal abuse. And there is a lot of those out there, you know, like you come across people who are harboring horses, and you can tell they're skin and bones. Even down to sheep. The bende. She bende scratching so she one time had the hajneo. The baby in. And but you know, and then the other is the health. Animal health is very, very important. I think that's another consideration of what should be implemented into this legislation, because whether it's a sheep, cow, horse, dog, and so forth, that animal health really is a component because a with kid hachet ido with what ego aja has ag ya nasta. Go, my grandfather always used to tell me that the animals eat before you. And that was the normal protocol. We wouldn't dish out any food until we fed the horses and the dogs and the goats and the sheep. Then that would go and go have breakfast. But that animal health is another is a component. And I visit my two boys, and they are, can I say, probably violating the law, but they have 3 dogs. They're house dogs, and they're very obedient. So, roll over, but and they're really smart, you know. And you treat them right. Go. Then there's dogs that out there it's just tied up. You know, you go to the BIE facilities, BIE housing. You see dogs over there that are just pinned up. A scenario of you think that maybe they're aggressive, things like that. But what the other thing too is they have small yards, and then they don't rake it up, and that's the other thing that people inquire about animal waste. The bay arts in the sheet of it, there's scenarios of that nature that I think we have to also consider, because this provision in Title 17 is something that could really, like Chairman Nez alluded to, is to protect our people and not to allow anything of a tragic event to happen. And also, the animal care and all these abandonment issues, we have to address it at some point. Then the other as Title 13. And I believe those are civil, and where it's between 2 persons. And when the nation gets involved, does the nation enter into the civil case also? That's one of my thoughts, because if we can put everything into the criminal, that will allow, prosecution to go ahead and move forward. The other is I believe, well, we're talking about the money issue this morning, but getting to the compliance officers. We have resource agent out there, and then we have the dog catchers, and maybe a some sort of citation could be developed, so that you just have a person drive a resource officer or dog catcher driving up, and they see dog, and they just ask who the dog is and so forth, and get information and see if they're complying with the law. That way you issue a citation. I think those are some of the needs that we need more compliance officers out there, so that other than that, if there's no citation issued and things like that, and they're just going to say, oh, this isn't chila. Pit bulls or Rottweilers had no hashi. Bandahani. Go, oh, it out was it Ado Bansiskis. And then the other thing too is that if people could just fence in their home site leases and or put the dog into a small fenced-in area if they know he or she is aggressive. It's okay after that, or time up. I'm sort of a court administrator for my uncle's estate. He has 4 dogs. They're all tied up, and they're tame. They're always tied up. Even if we can do it, or if I can do it, people can do it. But that's just my thought, and it's good to have animals, but at some point people don't appreciate animals and treat them the wrong way, and they start to be aggressive, hurt people. And I think that's the main issue here, is to how do we address the animals hurting people. So thank you.
Kushila Hiha Shitsu. Good to see you here, Honorable Vice Chair. So, Ms. Glinda Davis, your response.
Thank you very much, Vice President Otto. So appreciate your comments about your care and your thoughts of how animals should be treated and cared for. I do want to make two comments. One is that the Officers of Animal Control Program worked very hard on the new ordinance CJY 6418. And they changed 34 years of Navajo Nation code. It took that length of time before we were able to put forward a new code. And in that code, there's some changes and recommendations that fit the animal control program. Now, there are other things that they could grow and develop the code as we move forward. But these recommendations that I put in this legislation, this is my second comment, is if it could possibly be in the civil code and the criminal code, so that there would be a progression of penalties. So if it was on the civil side, the animal control officer can address it right then and there. And there is a direct tie between animal abuse, abandonment, neglect with human violence. If we can catch all of those issues way ahead of time, we can address the social, the health, all the other areas that involve the abuse of an animal. So an officer, an animal control officer, can start on the civil side. If it progresses, then it will be into the Title 17. Now, before I left the animal control program and retired, Title 17 was being reviewed. And I kept being reassured, yes, it's in there. It's going to be included in the revision. And it's been a long time, since 2020. It's not in there yet. So we have a lot of abuse. We have a lot of neglect. We have a lot of issues. And if we could just be proactive and put those ideas and education, humane education on proper care, bringing back the cultural aspect of why you have a pet, why you have an animal, why you have livestock. Thank you so much.
Stephen Key, Ganado Farm Board has comment.
Yeah, thank you for that comment and also those recommendations. I'm trying to look in my email right now so I could see those recommendations that you provided to the, for this work session, because some of us delegates, we have to see and I'm one, I have to be able to see the language, but I can say, and I apologize, I didn't get your name. I was checking out, but I was listening in online on the recommendations that you provided. Okay, it's on the, the comments. Okay. What I can say is, that like Delegate Otto, so and I already admitted to Mr. Gleason that I am a council delegate who is currently breaking the law, because I have 4 dogs, and I know, and I asked, what is the limit right now? I've got 4 dogs, 3 chickens, 2 ducks, and 1 donkey, and 1 cat that, has been keeping us busy on our farm. But, and we take care of our dogs. We have a veterinarian with Farmington Veterinarian, and then we also see Dr. Upshaw for our animals as well. And I did go through grazing to make sure that I was in compliance with having my donkey there on my farm. But I think a lot of it is, number one, becoming a council delegate for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I can say that a lot of our people are not aware of the law. And that is a huge issue. And we have, I have been working with Dana Bobroff on how can we get the Navajo Nation code updated, because the last time our Navajo Nation code was printed was in 2005. And that means that a lot of our Navajo people don't know the laws. They don't know what is there. And so I think we're experiencing that now as council delegates, with, how much do our people know about the Navajo Nation law and what it states. So in terms of your recommendation, I do appreciate that. I know that I had to put down 2 dogs this last year, and that was the hardest thing for me to do. I had a dog, her name was Ina. She was a rescue. We loved her. She had a brother named Reggie. We had to put him down as well because somebody ran him over, and his bones were shattered. So there was no way to fix him, and he was in pain. So we had to put him down. We put down Ina and Willie Nelson. That was my other dog. His name was Willie Nelson. He was a blue-nosed pit. We didn't know he was a pit when we brought him in as a rescue dog. Nobody knew what kind of dog he was because he was just a little puppy. And it wasn't until we took him to the vet that they drew blood and they ran the tests, and they came back and they said he was a blue-nosed pit. He was 1 year old. He weighed 105 pounds. He was a big dog. Willie Nelson loved our chickens, never attacked any of our animals, grew up with our donkey. The donkey and Willie Nelson were best friends. We brought home a pig, and his name was Waylon Jennings. And Willie Nelson attacked Waylon Jennings and killed Waylon. And so we got worried, because we said, talking to Dr. Upshaw and then also other veterinarians, it was that first taste of blood for him. And after that, we knew we couldn't control him because he was only 1 year old and he weighed 105 pounds. We knew that he was going to get bigger and, he was going to get stronger. So we put him down, and it was the hardest thing for me to do because, I sat there with both of them, with both Ina and Willie Nelson as they were euthanized. I sat in the back of the truck and I held them both as they were put down. So it's, as I'm an animal lover. I love animals. All of my animals are rescue animals. We go to the pound and we rescue them. We have 3 Chihuahuas right now. And it took a long time to get them to trust us. But we do love, I love animals, both me and my husband. So I appreciate the recommendations and I appreciate you putting them down on paper. My only concern, and I think we have Department of Justice on the line, is how do we incorporate that into the civil and then also the criminal side? I know that there are ways and there are laws, that allow us to do that currently, but we want to make sure that, we have that correct. So I would like to get Department of Justice's intake on that and how we can do that, because I think that should be in place. You know, we should allow people to be able to sue each other in those kind of events where one individual is being neglectful or maybe, you know, not wanting to take responsibility. And then I think it also kind of puts a big responsibility on animal owners for them to become more accountable for their dogs or for their animals' actions. And so I think that that's something that we do have to put in place. I'm currently looking for a sign right now for my donkey because she bites. And I think it's, you know, I seriously think Willie Nelson taught her how to bite. But she loves to go up to you and she loves to bite. And so we need to get a sign that says, you know, beware donkey bites, because, you know, she does bite. But, you know, we try to be really careful with our animals. You know, we have one, the big dog is in a kennel, even though it's never bit anything or, you know, it's never been really wild, but it's so wild right now, we can't really control it because we just had it for a month now. But we're trying to keep it safe. And then also, you know, our liability as well, because we don't know how it's going to react to other people and then other animals as well. And we have our chickens, Helen, Ida, and Maurice, that we really try to take care of. And they run around free on the farm. So we have to make sure that they're taken care of. And then as well as our donkey Brandy. But with the recommendations, number one is I think we need to get Department of Justice's input on that and how we can go about doing that. Number two is I'd like to let you know that we are including in the amendments to Title 17 using animals to keep individuals in a relationship. We have seen that where individuals have, in particular, a case that I can think of right offhand, and it wasn't the only case that I prosecuted there in Crown Point. There were actually 4 other cases, but this one individual where a man held onto a Chihuahua in order to keep his girlfriend from leaving him. And he imprisoned her for 3 days using the Chihuahua and held on to that Chihuahua and said, if you leave, I'm going to kill this dog. So she finally called his bluff on the 3rd day, was getting ready to walk out the door, and this man snapped the neck of that Chihuahua and threw the dog at her and then proceeded to beat her. And it was just, you know, one of the most horrific cases that I had to prosecute. But the worst part of that whole thing was when we brought that story to the judge, you know, the judge said, well, you know, what do you want me to do about it? There's not a law that says that that can't be done. And I just thought, wow, because we don't have any animal cruelty laws in place. We don't have any laws that say that, you know, in domestic violence relationships, you cannot use an animal to keep an individual in a relationship. And that happens. That has occurred. Mom and son, same thing happened. You know, boyfriend and girlfriend, same thing happened. We're starting to see that. So those types of laws, I think they do need to be put in place. We are starting to see an increase. And I think that as Navajo people, you know, we talk about how animals are a part of our life. You know, we're taught that, you know, if you have animals and you care for them, that there's that discipline that you learn, like what Delegate Otto So said, you know, you feed your animals before you eat. You know, that's what we were taught too. You feed your animals before you eat, before the day starts, you know, you make sure that they're taken care of. But that type of teaching is no longer instilled in you know, in our people. So you know, we are trying to change the laws to reflect those types of changes that are happening. And unfortunately, the things that we're seeing here on the Navajo Nation. So I think it would be great if we can keep in contact, because this would be an amendment to Title 17. But I think it goes back to the question, Chair Naz, that I asked earlier in terms of the solution. One of the solutions is to amend Title 17 to make it a criminal case where the Navajo Nation can bring a case against an individual for, you know, vicious dogs or for holding them accountable for their animals. But, the question is, law enforcement and prosecutor's office, we haven't heard very much coming from really, what this is going to mean to those offices. We have heard from the offices saying that there needs to be an increase in funds to hire more individuals and to help assist. And I know that prosecutor's office is probably going to be asking for more funding to help assist with the caseload, Chair Nez. But I think if this is, the four solutions that we have come up with, we can certainly make those changes. And I think that we can actually just move this forward and hear this legislation at spring session next week, Chair Nez. That is my recommendation. Chair Nez?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Charles Noon, for that and recapping the 4 recommendations that will be recommended to the full Navajo Nation Council. And I believe that we all concur that this legislation should go forward to the full council for approval during the spring session. So at this time, I'd like to have my vice chair here introduce himself, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Stephen Key has a comment.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, to Shunan Takwe Hiswani Klonigi teacher to the is Gido and Hinanta Bishmas and the committee members. I don't get staff so although with Hiswani Klonigi to Agriculture Department. Yat Fish and Wildlife that Egi Ado Law and Order Committee do Nanta Kitwani Klonko Yat Thomas Walker Edishadida Ado Bana Shahaki to Loop to Lottie Lake, Bird Springs, Coal Mine Canyon, and Cameron chapters, what they call, and those chapters are located out here. Ako kaya guys okay. Don't kill one of them. Ako to benash keda hanilzen do leki a she hinch be between bashes chain whatsotni. She that edo tzadish gizni. Dashanale koyat eko. Akot ela earlier I was meeting with 5 chapters that I represent here just next door. Transportation roads issues a bandit ko it adinada plan out elia schedule elia ko edot ya chunan chulon hol jishko chunan da kwe kitwani klonigi ko question de ya kuigoshi hitlinda hazne sadlin ado ko de bikaho adi niligi edo hudloko ban si kisto niligi do ho kabaja da hist asalin ko edo he hot iko so ebe naturally by the recommendations that have come up during this meeting will certainly be useful and will be taken into consideration when considering the legislation 0002-22. Although along until that legislation gets to council, we have ample time to also consult with our communities and constituents as leaders, as well as leadership. I think my chapters, they have inquired about the status of this legislation here, and they look forward to having laws be changed or new laws be made to address some of these serious concerns. These are serious concerns that we're discussing here. The information presented, animal control. That says it all. The lack of control. How can we control more some of these issues stemming from people having animals or just animals
out there running rampant in our communities. So these animals are the dogs. It's not blaming all on the animals, the critters. Constituents on the Navajo citizens and leaders. Not so much how the animals will be out there in our communities, and not so much how they will follow policies and so forth. Pandit and Senako Shananta Kahasin Lako Onagan Shaho Agiba Henson. Good to see our leadership also. We've been just doing virtual calls, Zoom calls, and we hadn't had a chance to. We don't have very much opportunity to meet face to face, but today's one of those days, and appreciate it. Shananta, yeah, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Who spoke up here?
Stephen Key, comment from Untitled Chapter Form Board.
Okay. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, if it's okay with committee members, we can have them make a statement.
Chair, can we ask first, do we have any delegates who wish to speak on this issue? Chair Na is not hearing anything. I think we are in order to hear from the Ganado Farm Board, Mr. Stephen King.
Yes, and I, Honorable Charles Newton, Law and Order Committee, and other Honorable Council delegates. Here, Shadasto Aniki. Did say Chanha Neniki, Kashkagi Dodot Eniki, the Ebayat Halet the Sad Nado Jilla, Ashi, you see, should could owners odd open such case. Kate Chai. So gone they get dedicated on our zilla. Can the Jagaha let Chada is a daughter carried out the zone of the house. Oh, by giant dogs that are being taken to the store anywhere, they're not being tied up. How vicious are they? Some of them to me are very unsafe. Especially if you have to walk near them, they will growl and they will bark, or they might jump out of the vehicle. So to me, this is a good opportunity to change the law to also include dogs that are being taken to any store, anywhere on the reservation, Navajo reservation. Thank you for taking a moment of your time, and please consider this as well. Yes, and I.
Yeah, Mr. King, thank you for making that comment and also asking that question. I guess the question would be directed towards Mr. Gleason. If you could possibly answer the question that has been posed by Mr. King.
K-E-E.
Key, sorry, Key, K-E-E. I apologize. Mr. Gleason?
Afternoon again. Currently, there is no law in reference to dogs being in back of vehicles or anything like that. There's not a statute that tells people they can't do that. Now, majority of times when you have an aggressive dog in the back of a vehicle, it's due to them trying to protect the property that they're in. When they do bite somebody, animal control usually responds and deals with the situation on that. But as it currently stands, we don't have any rules against it. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mr. Gleason, Officer Gleason, for answering that question. So just as a recap, committee members, and then also Chair Naz. So far there have been 4 solutions that have been, actually 5 solutions that have been provided to this body that in terms of legislation that we'll be considering. The recommendation at this time is to move this legislation forward to be heard at spring session with the following solutions to be considered by the Law and Order Committee and Resources and Development Committee. Number 1 is to increase funding to hire officers and to also expand programs that were covered by animal control and also by the Navajo Nation veterinarian, Dr. Upshaw. Number 2 is to change Title 17 and to include language within Title 17 that will address on a criminal matter, in the event that vicious dogs do attack animals and people, that will be how that will be addressed. And just keep in mind, Division of Public Safety, Law Enforcement, Detention, and Prosecutor's Office. This addition into Title 17 will affect your offices, but we have yet to hear from either any of the divisions or departments at this time regarding this change. Number 3 is to lower the number of dogs and cats that people are allowed to have. I believe right now they're allowed to have 4. Is it 4 total? So 3 dogs, 1 cat, 2 dogs, 2 cats, 4 total dogs and cats, to lower that number to possibly 2. Number 4 is to offer proper education to Navajo people. So a public notification, which will require a separate budget, where that budget is going to be located. That hasn't yet to be discussed. Then number 5 is to include animal cruelty in Title 17 and in Title, I believe it's 13. Is it 13 or Title 3? 13, to include that Title 17 and Title 13 animal cruelty laws to make it both civil and criminal for animal cruelty. So with that, Chair Naz, that's kind of the update that we have at this point, and the recommendation that we are now going to be moving forward with this legislation. I'd like to ask at this time, Chair Naz, RDC and Law and Order Committee, and any delegates who are listening in on the line, are there any questions or comments to the solutions or to the recommendation to move this legislation forward? This is the line. We do have Chair Naz, and then after Chair Naz, Vice Chair Otto So. And if you would like to speak, then if you could possibly.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Kevin Gleason again.
Oh, sorry.
We would like to add something to the legislation where it should be a requirement that all dogs and cats be spayed and neutered on Navajo Nation, because that will help us curb the overpopulation, because right now that does not occur. There's a limit on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gleason. So committee members, we do have a 6th solution or a sixth recommendation to be added to the legislation, and that's to include that all dogs and cats be spayed and neutered. So with that, Chair Nez, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you at this time.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Kudo, having this discussion. I'm glad that we're having this work session, whether we're in person or online. And this is what it's all about, coming together to find a solution. Now we have another recommendation, which we can also recommend to the full council for approval. We always take money from UUFB, and I believe we probably should look in that area when the time comes during budget sessions. So I did we're making progress, and it's good. So appreciate all the staff from Navajo Nation divisions, departments participating today. So it is what it is. I believe there's two more presentations, one from Mr. Delmar, the other one from Ms. Curley from NHA. So we might just add more recommendations to this, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. RDC, LOC though. Okay, so I want to talk about this. I believe Honorable Chair, so you're up next. So thank you.
Thank you very much,
Daniel.
Chairman. I don't, Chairman Nez and Madam Chairwoman. Newton, Charles Newton. I just had to remember a conversation I had with my grandfather. I always say I had the coolest grandfather, you know, but it's just all conversation was in Navajo, and we're gassing up, and the time it was Thriftway in Tuba City. Taurus has been nada she catch ya so catch you now catch la da go ya catch about ye in the chin she lady the nana not ja catch like the chin she lady sando no the hash no little cho ya no I large the battle is it the badani no and it was so just sparked that memory of that conversation I had with him. And with the recommendations that is brought forth here, I think that's one that we need to move forth on, and then with the additional recommendation made on the spay and neutering portion of the animals. The other is I think if we move forth to put these strict implementation to move forth, I can hear it on council floor, but our people don't make that much money. Buy it, you know, the livestock owners. When you look at the cattle price now, I don't let that tally count though. I don't let that increase that animal health to be mandated. You know, they can afford it. And as pets, domestic pets, if they choose to have it, my God, my gosh, that they need to make sure they're vaccinated. They need to make sure their health is taken care of. They honest is the shah monsanan de jile do lechan that they jile hishash with lechan jinzle hadosha hadosha injinzle. I think we just had to just put our feet down and somewhere and start that. And somewhere we have to stop saying and I think that's just something that we have to do, because this animal issue, whether it's a abuse form, malnourishment form, or even an animal in the right of way. Route 12, le Winderock, do Lepton, do they go a teen again to Winderock. That's the most place I ever seen yearling calves get run over. Yearling calf, Joe vaccinated, yeah, go. That calf is worth about almost $800. He heifer, Joe Denny go in lay about $900 or ilwo. Ako, oh, what baby, a lot of these animals stray onto the right of way, and now what it I saw on Facebook the other day in Kayenta, bigashik alle city limits in it natja. I was looking at one of the Mr. Williams site and showing calves or cattle inside the city limits of Kayenta. Ko lady chil das tindo net of an da ni he go ko shin ha chiyan ha de ko that's one area, and the other is somewhere we have to put our feet down on the range. Yego, we have to put our feet down on the range, because yego na nes kaya he and today kataniyo le dahis ago what go. So, but I'm glad that with Title 17, this provision pertaining to the animal, we really need to put our feet down and move forth this legislation. And it's not gonna, we're not gonna be able to address it. I think this council will be able to set some rules in place. The other is seen a couple of dogs that have mange, they just like in but they on they chill and you wouldn't throw your own kids away like that and just say what the what but we have to do this and move this legislation forth, and let's get those amendments down and craft this amendment so that we can pass it. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So we're going to go ahead and go down the lineup. We have Delegate Eugene So. After Delegate Eugene So, I did hear Delegate Herman Daniels on the line. Delegate Herman Daniels, did you want to be added to the queue?
Yes.
We'll go ahead and come back to you after Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours. Oh, okay. Delegate Eugene So is clarifying that he wants to speak at the end of the meeting. So that means that Delegate Herman Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Chair, RDC, my brother, Mr. Nance, Honorable Nance, yeah. Thank you for this work session on legislation 0002-22. I don't know Chanel, but the legislation could also solve the could have a bandit, could have a history, a late adult lesser. No, could have a history today. I don't know, could do that with Agua and every community. So that's a champ and hot. So that's for a champ. That is I don't know, could I drive from Marama Valley to through Kayenta, JCB2, many farms, Chinley, Burnside, all the way to Winderock. So and I see dogs laying on the road. Because that is jaggy. I go to we have tourists that come onto the Navajo Nation from Utah down. They Moab that they get from Arches National Park. They come onto the nation and they see these dogs laying on the road, dogs that are run over. I don't know, they report that to the visitor center now. There's a dog back there laying on the road that got run over. What shall I do? What can we do that know that? So that I see them. Let's chant hit that. I don't know. A while back, there has only Ilya 4 cats, 4 dogs. I don't think 4 cats is too many. 4 dogs is too many. But at that time, they were also thinking about those are the sheep herder dogs. That's Kadiki. So yeah, today's kids, they included the sheep herder dogs. What's that? So moving forward, I'm really thinking about my people that live in these remote areas that have livestock. Then they have sheep dogs. They wouldn't have like 3 or 4, and then and they utilize these dogs to protect the herd. So not on area or to area away from the road. I would say 20 miles away from the highway. We have families. And then that's card. 80 bonds, that's case. So what about the sheep herder dogs? It is about bonds, that's case. You're raised out here. You'll know which one are sheep herder dogs. They was all that and that's card. Well, the then Dutch card. You only about 10 years. The baker, Basha, a bad husband. Call Elio Papa first case of Adonana. Moving forward, we know that some of these dogs are the aggressive ones, the pit bulls. I don't know how many types of pit bulls there are. The Christian art is just pit bulls. I don't know. We have Rottweilers. Some families, they have Rottweilers at their homes. And they really take care of these dogs, Rottweilers and pit bulls. Maybe a family would have like 1 Rottweiler, 1 pit bull. But when you go to these homes, they won't have like 4, 5, 6 pit bulls tied up. I don't know what they have the German Shepherds and what that. Ayota Hashke. I don't know blue healers, red healers. Ayota Hashke. So I have two blue healers. They're my working dogs. Ayota Hashke. So either. Or you're on first case. I don't know. I have another one out here. It's one of those white Pyrenees. Let's try you to delegate al They look like they're sheepdogs, but she's very protective and so so that ego. I have three dogs here. Go all the way down to Chihuahuas. Chihuahuas are the main ones that to tell you the truth, I'm very afraid of Chihuahuas. Moving forward. But I heard some recommendations. Those are good recommendations. Like to have all the dogs spayed and neutered, that eggy, and even with the cats now. So, but my main concern would be the sheep herder dogs again. That's card again. Area babashan neko. So the 3-4 dogs that then they bait dog kilo. Because out on later the whale when I was growing up. We would have like three sheep herder dogs in the herd. In that card of okay, because it's if we're gonna downsize if we're gonna two dogs that eat nickel, well that also great and that's card that it has a little bit it or little swipe upon this case but I don't know again my main concern every day is dogs that are run over again on the highway. If you say that these niche is about this case so those are maybe the two questions that I have if you I don't know about not the tours in this part of the reservation. Starting from Mexican Hat, Utah, all the way to Cameron, Arizona. This is the tourist area on this side. Of course, coming back from Twin Arrows yesterday, I seen some like 4 that came behind us jail. You have a person now. Halita is Nisa to either because that is Jay, Cham, because that is Jadam from a bunch of case of it all. But again, I support the recommendations that were made today. Other than that, I don't have anything without Madam Chair. I don't talk without Chair Nez. Thank you.
So just as a recap, the solutions now is to fund to actually increase the funding for animal control and also veterinarian program to hire more personnel to help address the issue. Number 2 is to change Title 17 and no longer make it a civil matter, but to also make it a criminal matter. But we also have to hear from Division of Public Safety, Law Enforcement, and also Detention and Prosecutor's Office on how this change will affect their offices. Number 3 is to lower the number of dogs and cats people are allowed to have from 4 to 2. And Delegate Herman Daniels has asked that we make an exception to these when it comes to sheep herder dogs. Number 4 is public notification. I'm sure there's going to be a budget request, a budget increase request for any of the divisions or departments who is going to be taking this public notification on to the public. And then number 5 is to include animal cruelty under Title 13 and also Title 17, making it a civil and a criminal matter when it comes to animal cruelty. Number 6 is that we pass a legislation requiring all dogs and cats to be spayed and neutered. So that's where we're at with our recommendations for this legislation to proceed forward. And also the recommendation is to hear this legislation at spring session. And hopefully at the end of this work session, with the assistance of Lorraine Spencer and also Mr. Rodney Tahi, that a formal letter from RDC and LOC can be drafted with the recommendations that have come out of this work session to the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council as we consider this legislation. Next in the queue, we do have, I don't know her name. I'm sorry, I got you right when you took a bite of your food.
Roxy June, Department of Agriculture. Roxy June from the Department of Agriculture. I'm sorry, who's that?
Oh, Delegate Freeland. Delegate Freeland.
Sorry, I got muted. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back to you after I speak to Roxy June. Sorry, that's why I write down names because I'm really bad with it. Miss June, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I wanted to add two solutions. I do support Ms. Officer Gleason's suggestions that all cats and dogs be spayed or neutered. And I also suggest that there should be no dogs freely roaming, and that if there's any free roaming dogs, that it should be picked up immediately. If you travel anywhere in the United States, Phoenix, Albuquerque, San Diego, Las Vegas, you never see dogs running about at all. If you go running down the street, if you're in a hotel, you know, there's no dogs trying to chase you. You drive down the road, the highway, the interstate, you don't see dogs there. But when you have roaming dogs, you're not only increasing safety concern for people, but it's also a traffic concern. I have an elderly aunt and she loves dogs. She has dogs. And when she was driving down by St. Michael's Chapter, a dog shot across the road and she didn't want to hit the dog. So she drove off the road and she got into an accident. And the police officer was telling her, you should have just ran over that dog. And she was like, I can't do that. And she ended up in the hospital. She had vehicle damage and it was from a dog that was freely roaming. So, you know, I just think that dogs should not be freely roaming at all. And if you look at livestock, if they're in the right of way, they're immediately picked up, whether they are branded, owned, whether people have papers, because it's a safety hazard for people. And so, you know, we should have that same law for dogs as well. And a second thing, I don't think we were very clear is when Mr. Castillo had spoken about Title 13, and he talked about how in there is the ability for livestock owners to be compensated for damage or death of their livestock due to dogs. So Title 13 should also have a Title 17 component. And Mr. Castillo had talked about, say, an owner of sheep. And we've all heard, you know, we've all seen it in the paper where dogs have killed like almost an entire flock, 20 plus sheep. And they don't kill the sheep because they're hungry. Maybe they munch on them a little, but they'll kill the whole flock and just leave them there. And so under Title 13, that livestock owner has to take the time, the money, and the effort to hire a lawyer, take that person, that dog owner, to court. And as Mr. Castillo had said, if that person doesn't show up at their court 3 times, the court dismisses it. So that livestock owner is out all of that money, all of that time, and these animals that they care for, you know, they have feelings and they have animals, and to just see them slaughtered and not receive any compensation, it's very difficult for them to build up their flock again. And today sheep are about $400, and same with cattle. If cattle are hurt, if calves, if lambs are hurt, that's a huge hit to their wallet. And right now, the only thing they can do is an individual takes the dog owner to court. And sometimes that dog owner doesn't even have a job or a paycheck, so they don't get compensated. And there have been situations, for instance, I believe there was I don't remember what it was called. There was some sort of forest fire up in the Sawmill area. And one of the livestock owners brought their sheep down to the fairgrounds and said, our council delegate told us we could keep our sheep here. And we told him, it's fine, you can keep your sheep here, but there's dogs that roam around the fairgrounds, so you have to stay with your sheep. Don't leave your sheep here if you can't take care of your sheep. So they said, okay. And then they took off and said, we're gonna go get a water trough. And we had staff that worked there till about 9 or 10, and he kept driving over there to check on the sheep. There was like over 20 sheep there. And that livestock owner left around 9 o'clock and said, I'll be back. So we tried to check on it. The staff went home. Next morning, 7:30, all the sheep were gone. Some dogs had come that roam around the fairgrounds, and they killed all the sheep. And we couldn't find out the dog owners. So the Navajo Nation ended up compensating the livestock owner $200 a sheep. And that was, back when $200 was a good price. But today, at $400, that's a huge hit. And there's more stories. So we need to help the livestock owners. We need to help them get that compensation when their animals are hurt or damaged or killed. And there was another situation where, Ray had brought this up. One of our district grazing committee members, he's constantly getting livestock attack, livestock damage, livestock death from dogs. So he said, I'm going to do something about it. He got a small game permit. He got a gun, and he shot one of the dogs that he saw attacking livestock. And he ended up getting thrown in jail and his firearm taken away. So I know that the animal control, the police officers, the prosecutor's office, everyone is underfunded, lack of staff. If we want our grazing officials to help, and usually those offices, they want the grazing officials to be the first responder. They want them to take a report, an incident report. They want them to take pictures. They want them to talk to everybody right then and there because they live in the community, and our officials are willing to do that. But if we file that incident report and we refer it to the police, we refer it to the prosecutors, I do not recall a time at any time when those offices have stepped in. Anytime a livestock owner or our officials call the police tell them, we're overwhelmed. Human life is our priority. So they will not address a livestock attack. And if they call the rangers, usually they'll say, have the DGCs take the report and refer it to us, but it doesn't go anywhere. It's like we're so underfunded and so understaffed as a division or as a nation that we just can't handle these things. And so it comes down to, well, it's the owner of that dog, it's the owner of that horse, it's the owner of that livestock, and that's where you have to address it. And if you have a law that says all the dogs and cats need to be spayed, I mean, that's going to help cut your population right there. And if it seems draconian, bring in some of these private partners. They're coming in and they're spaying, neutering 100 to 300 dogs every day, and they're doing it at a low cost and free service. And you have these people that they love dogs. I mean, and they're helping the Navajo Nation. They're bringing in all these dogs that are dumped. If you look on Facebook, it's heartbreaking. People are picking up 12, 7, 8 puppies that are dumped. And we're pushing this on these people that don't even live on the Navajo Nation, and they're trying to help us. And some of them are just saying, I can't do this anymore. We just have no room. We have no money. We just can't help anymore. And they say, we're going to pause and we're going to regroup. And I mean, this is what we're doing as a nation. And we're pushing off this problem, and we're not telling our own people, be responsible, take care of your pets. If you can't afford to spay or neuter your dog or cat, you should not have a dog or cat. If you can't afford to take care of your horses and they're out there in the right of way, or they're out there in bad condition, then you shouldn't have a horse. I mean, it's time for us to be, I would say, to hold our people responsible. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Miss June. I keep switching my glasses. So your recommendation.
Chair, could I say a comment? Rudy Archibald would like to say something as well, please. The additional Rudy Shabala. Thank you.
I believe that was Dr. Shabala who is on the line. Dr. Shabala, if you could just give me 1 minute, I just want to make sure that I got this clarification, since I'm writing down the solutions at this point that we have provided to this work session. And the reason why I'm writing this down is because when council has work sessions, I feel like we have work sessions to have work sessions. We never really come out with a solution. So Chair Naz and I, said that at the end of this work session, we're going to write out what the solutions are and then give it to council to consider. And so that's why I'm writing down. I kind of designated myself as secretary, Chair Nez, so I apologize, but I'm writing down all of the solutions that are being provided, or recommendations that are being provided in terms of the solution, because that's what we asked at the very beginning, right, Chair Naz, when we said, the purpose of this work session is to come up with a solution on how to address, vicious dogs, and then really the dog issues, the cat issues that we're having here on the nation. So Ms. June, just for clarification, no free roaming dogs. When you mentioned that, I had to go back to the exception that was made earlier that Delegate Herman Daniels recommended with sheep herder dogs. Those would technically be considered free roaming dogs. So I kind of feel like if we make this exception to the number of dogs and cats that people are allowed to have for purposes of being sheep herder, dogs. I don't know if we have sheep herder cats, but we certainly have sheep herder dogs. And then we also have llamas that are also, turned into sheep herders as well, that we're bringing onto the nation. But when we're talking about no free roaming dogs, what I worry about is if we make the exception right now for the number of animals with sheep herders, we also have to make that exception for the free roaming dogs. So I just want to put that out there. And then as far as Title 13, I know that as Vice Chair Otto So is sitting on my left here, Law and Order Committee has brought the judicial branch forward, and we have asked those questions about, cases that are being dismissed, and then also, like what's happening. And the response that we received is, we are a separate branch and we don't have to report to lawmakers. And so when we're talking about, the court dismissing cases, I've always known courts, and this is really surprising because I know that this is the case. I've always known courts where if the defendant doesn't appear, the court will ask if they were properly notified per the code. If they were properly notified, the court will find in favor of the plaintiff. I have seen that done, at least in criminal cases, because people are Navajo. I always say I won't say the Navajo people because it's just in general. a lot of our people who choose to break the law are smart. Our criminals are really smart. They know how to get away with the law because they've come before the court, the courts before. Some of them choose not to appear as a way to not have any judgment brought against them. But I find it really surprising when I did hear that after the third try, the court dismissed the case, and that the plaintiff was kind of left out with having to deal with this bill. And that really shouldn't be the case. So I think Vice Chair Otto, so I think we do need to bring judicial back before us to ask that question. Lorraine, and also Sherelle, if you could write this down as a question to the judicial branch. How do they handle cases where defendants are properly notified and don't appear in court? I think that is a general question that we can ask. It's not specific to a case, but I believe that it is a fair question in terms of what we're hearing today. But again, committee members who are listening, in terms of the exception for the sheep herder dogs, at this point, Delegate Herman Daniels is asking that sheep herders, not be allowed to have a limit on the number of dogs that they're allowed to have because they serve the purpose of being sheep herders. And Miss Roxy June from Fish and Wildlife did state that, in addition to that, the no free roaming dogs. So we have to probably try to fix that in the law. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Dr. Shabala. After Dr. Shabala, we have Vice Chair Otto So. And then before we do proceed forward, I did get a text message. Apparently, and this is another thing that we do have to consider, there were 2 police officers that were attacked by 8 dogs this past weekend. The arrestee, the person who was supposed to be arrested, was trying to resist police officers arresting him or her, and they sigged their dogs onto this officer. The officer did discharge 1 round to get the dogs to stop, the dog attack. The officers are okay. They were treated for puncture wounds, is what we were told. And so now the question is, can we consider stronger penalties for owners who purposely sig their dogs on officers and also citizens as well? So another thing to take into consideration. So with that, Dr. Shabala, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. Aro yate shenantai Rikines aron the RDC atahnaso taniki shenantai law and order committee shenantai atahnaso taning do shenala aro so ano hayate. Rudy Arshabala, additional Kodo, Talaho, Dane, Ade, on Houston's and that Hahoyado, Ado on Hisastado, Kinhasilka, Akoho, Ado on the Haneto, Lichai, Adon the Damasa, Ado Lichita, Nahalish, Ado Nat, Licha, Banahalish, Ado. Beso nana beso cheda chanada dot la ba hoin o aso eskiten da hoid eskiten da hafsna aro ko haya shisha ado kato so da be had this and so one thing I want to add right off the bat is that animal control program, once they get, when it comes through my office, and I know they get other requests for the lead child, oh, hayi hatni. Ako I that il and the lead child, so this mostly a lot of these dogs are in housing. They can in communities. and Aron le harda was all was a teacher they glasso gilteo and not card that it easy it day how what cut that real was easy and as kita as keen that Navajo Fish and Wildlife budget shnish Aro bait lehen nasjao na kishanach en le the nen belit a haloniki but answers yeko e na sosen dichtos ita chinley agency ad a nebikitin sheen there a called chinley BLO officer ad a complaint ya ikish ado e adi shato ado le koholiede cohort aid holy aid the best but access to a compete later dish aro a call a bandash in that might at inla aro strategically china at inla aro is a sad in le Alamo, New Mexico a nashtuitsa a bekashi yist is a sad a quitla it Kanash Nisheta, Adahoshtan, she the Kuida, Honatza. I need Katna Hayat Dasha. I eat that Dasha, Nash Nesto. It's a Leonda Kagi, Nitsuda Peti, Ninigi. And they look at your good rat, the bay, I started what's a does days, a Navajo Fish and Wildlife Department. Isn't das daily done as keen slot at national able to deal out on the a zip able to stone out of the illarage out of the state deal out on the Helia a laid or another random lay quarter so ya take the added bit of chicken out of the Z is out of Mr. has ne ebe zete ko ebe nas kane an late isn't the tele the another what ko what isla ko what kashin nas ita kanash nisho adot ni questo Raymond Castillo ye hat the si chai bande inigito mai ado mai so the chromosome art here nails now art hist so art can't of chilo this is a bebo honnet zaro it's documented science that dogs and coyotes and wolves, whether the gray wolf or the Mexican wolf, they can interbreed and they have done before, but most of the time, you know, see the bay Kate na ra mai halo eba di lo a coco ebony na see child REC na caro this is a hayui olia the baya holiai olia the bayo I ka hard the biska see child dance cardigi ad is the biska ad yinas yina hast kan kodoit and biskait and then kai ka I see child the chinik ate the bay cake kasa shall bars and nan shka ibn natish and call ibn nash corona shanley dan zade jins on dance at the kiss I don't know nish band at the kiss out of the more don't they the nish a quite kit cut any nanish and dale hashini ishi out of any hijane aden dasnish aden the leap it cut it all one month nas nilde honey and need Department of Agriculture that a Roxy Junior had the Nakina Haya da eat nibbits out of hotel can't chit a hotel is a Jaeger hotel I don't lay some sky bitches go Shamasani and this cheated yardin not that ne I don't stand just as an bitch is go don nas only being taught up at the now the chapter Arden Bishiad Asara the Milias over Tarden is not Dean Kaya Yazdil 2 years ago. Ko ita Roxy Yahazne Kudo ni Jibicho Aro she ni Hoto Kasa no a she at the Betty days Aron le hain shibas halna konhito need no a Navajo Nation Fairgrounds at the Bay ni a called out dapat nearly over Bahastio. One of the barns I couldn't at the Bay nil. Aro ni the kitten eat or like we're not responsible but don't ni. Of course, each child that in the hallo and does as the size flushla. Now, I see Holland Halland. A call in the fairground barns that be called the next morning, but Lini Adia, that's on in the Asa and Zanago. I come this during the night, teach that the Alagustin. I don't as hati Kado, they got away. And that Nishe don't they just I don't the range which you home now. Just across the washes the airport. The civic center. Could you go 8 bashes. Could you go Choho so the mission, so you can't really, take a gun to them. But it's not a skin slenata, bet let hati chat or bet don't. See child and they go beheaded mistio. It'll be the tarnash don't there. I don't have to late, see child late, Tosha. Do beheaded easy or but that's the other or what should all what that the baker. Not in party again, but that's don't. Aro hashini eshi bahat needs see child or your saja which is either ita which I don't know this should need I don't know and should need a kutsa a cock a day up I up it's Aro ultra Haida spestor beta Aro ani o bolon that is chisto Aro not scary that's over the stone around the do do cheetah lieta. A call could you don't need Nishigita he Kagi Jonathan Nez, President Aro Ina is Iniki Aro the First Lady Aro Yan dat height out all against a call 8 near Kevin Gleason a Kodo Beso, which is a dead animal control the need at the start of this FY 2022. A call every year a behind that of the original budget the non-nateness. A call kade $9 bahwin. A call ado get paid a husband a Dr. Baya. Upshot by we're short funded. I don't that resource enforcement though. Diego Hope Wilson Kojali Cha Bahwin in see China de la no the Nebekaya Bakago I don't the Fish and Wildlife Department though animal control. I see Diego Bandi. Anni Karishina to the more that the more be years ago. Look until it's not late. Canab Utah Best Friends Animal Society Dalia Adi Aro this not lehagone in late auto 8 and then registered at the level of hot. I don't that no 8 AC chai. Do cheetah at all, so do but a cheetah at all, so bahop cut jim as hot. Look on scale, it's not leg. Ako aron that the one the ne not lehekon e kon asli chan ya eat los aro que cages bananas aro when leo need ada yet a cheat ada a veterinarian daily niche ako kodosli chan o nasi gasa a ada the cheat that the surgeons were there. Ako 3 days is linked. And quite a chalkboard. I think the first day was like 70 something dogs. Saturday go out of Sunday go, and at least 70 dogs a day, if not more. And people were being turned away too because there's only so many veterinarians, and they could only be there for those 3 days. And Best Friends Animal Society, Olia from Kanab, Utah. Before that, and she and disease and Jonathan Nesbitt while we were meeting at Twin Arrows, a animal shelter. Aro chonsi chi se chan yaj da naj jedo aro de kun ashin kun esto to chi da dalia do ba chi da dalia ako ita Flagstaff that and Shadini 30% of the dogs we get come off the Navajo Nation hitoni ako ayo an hita Nilang benina si child o hoyi hit ninalo ayo ni cha o zita ni zi akola kislan haned na etnet be peso ein kisya hinte enat sabeche beche nazne had lebe aro tunen nestes aro and that that's also part of Coconino County. Called the Flagstaff, Coconino County. So but I call a better skater has seen I call out of it a high Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture, Dr. Baya, out on the Navajo Nation Resource Enforcement, Hope Wilson. Navajo Fish and Wildlife Department, Gloria Tom, Kevin Gleason, Ada Defi Chai Bande, Iniki Ado Ani Dosa, Nihichacho, Glenda Davis, Rescue, a nonprofit. And there's another one in Ganado. I haven't been in contact him for a while. Out of all of the animal shelters in the areas around the Navajo Nation, if there's a Gallup Animal Shelter, Farmington Animal Shelter, Page Animal Shelter, Cuba, New Mexico, that's on the eastern end, Winslow, Holbrook, all of the animal shelters were working on proposing a summit at Twin Arrows, a Dijon, to get all these different animal shelter folks together and just get to know each other and also plan collectively how can we address our our dog overpopulation. So sendo aro ban kesto be not indo aro nisna ash Delegate Herman Daniels, see China's Kadigi. Is it the Agida at the Betchin Nessico I Kago at the Sea Champa then I down my EGD law. A call deep Asians the all hold you right next door office door a Navajo Fish and Wildlife Ajayanda Nishiki Nahas. I call a binda net. They have collars on their desk. En lepi ad this chiago Yisn dahatil aron the dahizeta astelto aron chahalne ebizate tlo intes ka hanzao ne si chance happy adi yiskila edo date at the mai yes biyo tagobat hata dolota the cult egoshi aron naso chete yaro da yiskilo da yolaga a call a caller, the radio caller, yet in the adult asna ashkin sneta is that fish and wildlife banashin so equa chasajini do na ho kwashiko choshkai bekisha ita 10-foot high nets on rain zagon ti o delia and tosabiyatani up and chain tani tino ein lele chidnat I bekat na of batlagin det they be kind kai I don't be net he hit quite the idea skin of us this a call ya ein le na chihite a konne thermometer beeper beats a konne be saidal tanigi be adal tanigi a konne be behest I don't be beta this shit. I don't zleo that is accordingly that radio transmitter that was inserted into the doe when the deer the doe gave birth, it pushed that transmitter out, and so the temperature from body temperature to the outside regular temperature go. It sets that beeper off. I call they say Navajo Fish and Wildlife. That beeper, went off. That means a doe just had a fawn. I call when they got there, a lot of the newborn fawns, I don't mai be chinako coin be yaji skila se. I call Ebenina. We have low populations of deer. So ita what a study go benashni. So only now this and do arodi kadnaso slao holgish. According legislation a yisiki saho otoli no a seba not tos benil tos. Accord a DC chai Eco all of these issues are very, very important for dog control. I don't want to worry that when it comes to the higher council that we'll have maybe 6, 7, 8, 9 items and kind of lose sight of the original legislation. So bank this to ado a banda inigation and I fish bana so under no sliniki ado the Division of Natural Resources that the hosnegi in Junago yatas tito in Junago need egona banda a hunsto a share.
Yeah, Dr. Shabala, thank you for making that recommendation in terms of having a meeting here regarding this issue with all of the different programs I think that are involved. So I think that I don't know if that.
Madam Chair, could I make a comment?
I'm sorry, we're trying to mute some people. Right now, who we have on the queue is Delegate Freeland. After Delegate Freeland is Vice Chair Otto So. After Vice Chair Otto So, we have Herbert Zani. After Herbert Zani, we have
that's me.
Kraus.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'll wait.
Added to the lineup. So with that, I'm going to remind everybody to please look at your phone, look at your computer, and make sure that the mute button is highlighted. Otherwise, we hear your conversations and you're interrupting the business of the Navajo Nation and the business that needs to be conducted on behalf of the Navajo people. As much as we want to hear your conversations. Actually, we don't want to hear your conversations, but as much as we want to hear from you, we don't want to hear your conversations. So please make sure your phone is on mute. At Law and Order Committee, we have a 0 tolerance rule. If your phone is not on mute, we hang up on you. So please make sure your phone is on mute. So with that, Delegate Freeland.
Hello, Deja, Madam Chair, colleagues and staff, everyone that spoke to this work session. Thank you very much for all of your input, and it's very well taken into consideration. And Deja, thank you. I don't want to hear any conversations in the background or anyone ordering a hamburger. So I know exactly what you're talking about, Deja, but thank you for that. Just the more and more, there's so many moving parts to this conversation at Kadigi. And, it all amounts to funding. Everything that we talk about comes to funding or the lack thereof. And, it would be nice to support our programs, first and foremost, of course, animal control. And I saw them out at Twin Arrows, actually. But, start with them. And of course, we have to also consider the vet program, and maybe an extension to that would be all of the animal rescue programs. We have a very cool group in Crown Point, Cindy Dash and her husband, Crown Town Animal Rescue. She does remarkable work out of her home. And, I came across a couple of puppies by Standing Rock, and I picked them up, and she ended up taking them, and she put them out for adoption. She vaccinated them and, of course, cleaned them up. But those 2 puppies end up getting adopted in Telluride, Colorado. So they're probably running around the mountains right now, somewhere in Telluride. But Cindy contacts humane societies and works with those groups. So we all appreciate everyone that does this kind of work in a humane way, whether it's Crown Town or all these groups that are putting forth an effort. Thank you very much. But going back to the funding situation, and knowing that we have to invest, we have to put some money in this to ourselves. But then always the big question is, where do we get the money from? Where do we find money? Where do we find new money? So I guess that's a big underlying question right there for us to consider for the future. And how do we come up with new funds and to fund programs like helping Dr. Upshaw or helping Kevin Gleason or even Miss Wilson. I know we need more rangers. We need more rangers. We need more animal control officers. We need more help on this front. And it all comes down to funding. And as RDC member, I always remember hearing a report from the Rangers and Miss Wilson and Mr. Milford, I believe. And at one time they said they had 55 Rangers. And, that's hard to consider what we have now compared to what we have now. So, these are kind of underlying things that we really need to give some thought to. How can we help fund these programs adequately and staff them adequately? That's always the big question. And, I feel like we need to properly, invest in this whole, on all 3 groups. And, and I attribute those to who work as well as district grazing officers, or in our case, land boards out in Eastern. They're always dealing with dogs, or they're dealing with situations of trespassing and livestock trespassing, but that's a different situation. In Crown Point, we have challenges with dogs at the housing. And I know Miss Curley's on the line, and I've already talked to her about this somewhat, but I want to do a follow-up with her. In the NHA subdivisions, how do we deal with dogs? You know, I mentioned last week I went for a bike ride on top of the mesa behind the high school, and I almost got attacked by 2 dogs riding my mountain bike up there. So, you know, even delegates are not safe from dogs, and you know, I told RDC about this, and you know, I got some pretty positive feedback on it. But and no, there's no video of it. There's no video of it me being attacked. So I know somebody had asked that before. But you know, even situations like that occur. But I guess where do we begin? Where do we begin? And you know, it begins with spaying and neutering. It begins on a real conceited effort, putting forth education and really, you know, tackling or putting that spay neutering challenge forth. And you know, I think that would be really a good start for us. And you know, like my brother, Honorable Daniels, I shouldn't say hate, but I don't like seeing dogs on the side of the road that have been hit. And I you know, that's very inhumane. And that's a life too. That's a life that was taken by someone who didn't care, or somebody who, you know, just didn't really think that was a life or something. I always remember when I told this to RDC as well. I was driving south on 371 to Theru, just a little south of Smith Lake on 371, and I was driving on my chapters. We were going to go on a Sunday. We went to go haul wood. But I always remember a dog that I came about that got hit just not too long before I came upon it. And the dog was laying in the middle of the road. It was still alive and had a collar on it. Nowhere was anyone to be found. Nowhere was, you know, anyone claiming responsibility. I had to stop, and you know, I had one of my chapter presidents stop with me, and we both picked up the dog and moved it aside the road. I thought that was very cruel, and I always remember looking to this dog's eyes, and I'll never forget that because it said a lot. And I drove back on my way back to Crown Point from Hollywood, and I stopped at that scene again, and the dog had passed. I couldn't do nothing about it because, you know, I just had to put on the side of the road. I didn't want it to lay there in the middle of the road. But it's cases like that, you know, you notice dogs running in the right of way, or you notice dogs running on the side of the road, and it's like you always have to slow down and honk your horn at them, and you know, but the cruelty is there, and we as human, and as you know, we know what to distinguish or how to distinguish, you know, not doing cruel things to them, but in return, as owners, I think there's a responsibility that also needs to fall upon them too, when they train dogs to fight, or when they train dogs to be vicious. That's another situation, and I'm glad this was brought up as far as Title 17 and looking at the code. And you know, I'm glad we're having this discussion because a lot of our laws are you know, we need to update them, and they're beyond, you know, today's standards. We're kind of living in the past still with a lot of our laws. And I'm glad we're having this discussion about viciousness, and you know, but it all starts somewhere. This whole process starts somewhere. This whole cycle starts somewhere, and it starts, you know, with somebody just being vicious and cruel to their dog, tying them up and training them to be mean. And that's how, you know, as owners, as Navajo people, we, you know, how we do things like that. And I agree with my brother, Honorable Daniels, as far as, you know, Naskarigi. Whenever you see a flock on the side of the road, or whenever you're driving, you see them outside of the right of way, of course, the first thing you always look for is where's Naskadi, where's Seattle, where's that dog at? That dog is always a part of the flock, and it's always good to see an accompany protector. And I have, when I go to Lake Valley, I go into the chapter or towards the chapter, and there's a family there that has a dog or has sheep, excuse me, and they graze. And sometimes I look for the dogs, and there's those Pyrenees too, and they always lie in the bushes, and I always look for them. But it's like in situations like that that you know that that's a right thing, and the owners of the flock did the right thing by training them, that maybe as puppies kept them in the pen, kept them with you know, an ewe or a lamb or something, and you know it all starts from there. So I do agree with that, and with that situation. But when you're, you know, when you're in Winter Rock or when you're in Crown Point, or you see strays running around Speedway, or that's a different situation. But you know, I think we just gotta figure out a way to. I guess my big question is, where do we start in this process, and how do we start? So, Sister, I appreciate the time, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this and conveying my thoughts. And you know, every dog is a life, yes, and unfortunately, if they get vicious and they attack, and that's another situation. But you know, we should respect every form of life, and especially when it comes to animals or pets. So, Edia, thank you, sister.
Thank you for the comment, Shana. I took a bite of my food right at that moment, so I apologize. So with that, I do appreciate the comment. It was Delegate Freeland. I had a little bit of a hard time hearing what you were saying. It was a little bit loud. But if you could just, if there's any recommendations that you want to make to our list of solutions at this point, just text it to me or email me so I can add it in. I did follow, it sounded more like there were comments that were being made about what you're seeing there in your community. And then also the comments that are being made about the animal cruelty law that we're trying to include at this point. But if I missed something, please let me know. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. Again, we have on our list, we have Vice Chair Otto So, and then we have Herbert Zani and Lucille Cross after Mr. Zani. So Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. The other thing too is as funding is being discussed and thought about, just so that the program understands understanding is that within about 2 years, the sky is going to fall, meaning that the shortfall on the coal revenues that we were anticipating to happen this year is probably going to happen probably 2 years, 3 years down the road. And just have to keep that in mind, because at that time they're going to be asking what projects or what programs are we going to be affecting, and that crunch is going to be coming. It's supposed to be this year, 2022, but the COVID dollars, the CARE dollars, the Title V dollars, and the ARPA dollars sort of saved us and allowed those dollars to be replenished back to the UEFB. So we're okay for now. But at some point, that revenue shortfall is going to hit us. And just keep that on your mind. I'm not too sure if the executive branch is planning for this, but it will be coming once the COVID dollars and all the CARES and the ARPA dollars are utilized. And that's where the crunch is going to happen. And just keep that in mind. The other is that as we move forth with this legislation, sheepdogs out there, I guess if we say, these animals aren't included and things like that, we're just, I'm gonna say, allowing things to go through the cracks. We used to have sheepdogs that were very aggressive. They knew who the owners were, but if we had like a ranch hand work, we had to have someone there to watch him, because if we left the ranch hand alone, the dogs would come after him and start to try to attack them, because they don't know the individual. So majority of those sheepdogs too, they're not I guess they're really not domesticated. And and vaccination, things like that. We used to have a heck of a heyday trying to catch our sheepdogs and get them vaccinated, and try to avoid to get bitten. This is how it is. But there's some sheepdogs that are like that. Some sheepdogs are domesticated, but again, if we allow things to happen, if it's sheepdogs, maybe a separate provision that requires them to be vaccinated and spayed and neutered. Those type, I think, really needs to happen, because the puppies and then they survive. One good place that I always see puppies on the road is going down Buffalo Pass. You pull out on those pullouts going downwards. And last summer, I actually picked up 2 of them. And now, it's just like the world just abandons a puppy up here. And so we have to keep this animal policy across the board uniform. And maybe with the sheepdogs and so forth, in agreement with the Bebanan the agency level. At the agency level, because they're the ones that are dealing with it firsthand, and maybe they can set a number for us, and they could give us the right information.
Yeah, Vice Chair Otto. So thank you for sharing those comments with us. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. We have Herbert Zani. I believe he is a farm board representative? Mr. Zani, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm right here. Oh, yeah, I think Nick, it's a Hassanadoli. Farm board is a Western agency, but I have a grazing permit also. Although behind some years back, it 13 true sheep meets on the years there was no enforcement. Grazing officers then get a hold of her, and the rangers didn't come. The only person that came was a dog catcher. A day and he caught a lot. I think to me, in this case, it has to fall on both parties, both sides, the responsibility, to be Anni Hani Liao, Beha was Leo Anni, Bahochilian, chuk ate dan kha than ne ope da in ke cha de dan kha than kinai ani ke cha in le te pa bogan te pa has an de to e khon ne to hon ne na ga dan ne che thing se le no pa cho hot on le de Inina hasit sihotet sa hot aba liya na no le sweet adne koset san chond big footage dai to thik da no ba ta hanne ani chond isin pinna te thing se le liya no ba hanne pati de adon da na kha di to ani na kha de isin ani bikin jega ba hatilia big ka hin ka da hote Nino ba hatilia do yo hekata ita nere dan hitnis khan da ne khari pada pa sa halong oyo hekha yan di khatin oyo hekji be da hal zun da di sa zun ha no han len le ne ko di de an chete both parties must have lucky na lo se li do le cha o le ha yang on now the panic skate yo kina ya ni ke cha bit se da ta ki ne khat ho yang de ade ne hon ne ta ke cha hon ne da ta pu da ya ta pa gan e do hot e dan ne ko e de ya oban sus ke do oba cha hot is an so e de naya ta hanzun don so okata isin kata sin e to ha sin ti ta sa halon da aro pahatis sene to e de ke chan le western agency je I see do you said he ke test in the halen it's like we're an afterthought yeah ako even na this ke 2 years ago 2019 Sunday he chan da bis to the city and they just found partial bodies of her. Ko you hit to the city na I send the sahasa started the DJ to naz the hit chai. Ko ni ka biketa hosi. Di to yakil tigi di to yo tenaya patiya ti obo ala. Nino yakil ti obo ala. Ko khadis yisut ne beta dealing khadis yisiti beta dealing ni ko ni on no ya tiofi then but khaya da hot but in reality it's still the same thing so I'm part of the problem too ko eda ba dan san asana si kedo sit ne ado asi kun so ba this tin sai ado she
to the presenters. Ms. Kraus?
Oh, yeah, I think Oh, okay, thank you. I had Nana for Shana, but not Aniki, Honorable Ms. Charles Newton. I was support and she's a little by young and your journalist on Facebook. I could end this. Although Annabelle Ricky Nez, Anna, I can't the Schneider like call it beat out in although I met you out in Navajo Mountain, there's such a grandson of that Sabina. I call it's Kiyoshi last year, 2 years ago, and I call we should have sent a watermelon up there to you. What on season I don't honorable Odoso and the Hanan here. I don't agree with saying ni guess the hello here called did Badina, law and order do RDC han. So yeah, was your Navajo phone board to the secretary Asha the snow. The Nina Nike ya art anal for Asha Bahazen to ask him from Nasal Niki ate a hot out show. Flat out with oil kid and split. If I don't get reports, then I cater to the Ado the still second it to cross and she had a nasha a castle beautiful yeah isha ado isi nasha ado kia on in the street dot as the son of a chin that is kitchen that she not about what it's in that she say what I staunchly ado tonan is do a represent Irish and ado vote ado co-minded or a ado I just can't not sure I just represent esto I don't at any edition I don't think you think but yeah but not this into our grading officer and grading officer and to the city 4 years is me I don't Navajo Mountain 8 years is I don't yeah farm board now a copy dog attack Niki a year go Haroshi but last 10 years ago Nas a course it does a shunt a grading officer in front of a city set shy could just home site list go could you the ask that question a quite permitted up could you see the Nas setting on the street of Chelwood the bay it went to court. A quality court by a feel like those things and the Ninanike they heard this in court. Other me because the person that had the dog they didn't want to pay 150 per sheep. Not these listed no. In the grazing officer but not height under don me hot and land in it or not it list that no I don't know is a lot I don't added near all competition that's the kill now petition did the hot deep in now hot from the violation of the snow deep and not it the not it and the house on go to the animal control the house on go because it's setting out in the water just like not at the water FHR a hot in the water because the bay he's out so the bay because of the FHR he's out the petition a quite the not be blessed that no the FHR to take down the petition okay na yeah the change law hard it needs to be that seat on it at other became not that needed. I see pat like the bait after a con so I caution you on those the changes that don't need because all you they're the same ones. Title 17 the partner and a sees animal a con later bit it go later but it's later run the these tests but he can't get a hold of the rangers. Should that it here even though it's in the law. I ran across a lot of those. I don't see that housing go to she thought they should not start later housing you said shy such a call and in the left side should that no. So I put it up, okay, then I guess I have to claim it. I don't know where this dog is coming from, but so I see neighbors go I can't feed the dish. And so on here they I can't feed it and so I put that straight glass she about feed it she like glass of she grandkids she can't for and let's try that no and it's should no June go quite another band in the city a quarter other neuter adults miss the snow. So I did support your neuter program. I like it, but I don't know about the last one that was added. I think that's too aggressive. Sergeant Gleason, no, art and art, let child, get a sonor that old mission, yeah. A corny, art, what the hell, yeah, go shine, her household go. Other but Oshiki, so Asa, Shiki, there's not, and not, it's like that, the older ones, they have more litters. Upon age, hard old meat. Are we just going to do like a massacre and start killing all these the dogs that are being born? Oh yeah, banks case go. Oh yeah, to shut up what's that? The kids are saying that. I think it should still be a voluntary. So I let her have lot of journalism go yeah, a quite fun football. Other action and no ship on so kids should be called 2 cats bar has she just the Phoenix there other is the can and not quite the cannon done about hosting out of 2 weeks at them to me deeply not ship that no a cookie be bar here I don't add it based on it get a bit out though I let she needs to make it on the honey I don't let on the ahwa just she to hot the hot Elapanina, Halet Allah, all laws, I think a lot of it needs to be educated. Either on the chapters. The chapters, I think they should have their own dog catcher. Instead of putting this all on the Navajo Nation. To the city, we really need one. But then when you ask for that, they say, hey, Navajo Nation, they are the RTP that no in here quite better about them no. So I could up and hop on to the kiss. I was let try don't later Becca she need all no to the city the null car try out of it so the null car it became a doctor's dog so I don't know what happened to that one. But another case that I got was I could just they tried beat attack no. So to me becomes a civil case of just a lot of fun there. How would end it and so I let lot and I know you're uniform code no. This morning Dr. Kelly called us Halet the Latina you guys are on the agenda here. Halet Eshan is a dog a livestock or is a dog under veterinarian Haji law title 17 or title 13 the snow then you call ADG kojo sa da sa do kwa hajo na so shin you're taking a lot of responsibility off of the owners of these dogs. Other halet they're prohibited. Rottweiler do the hunt. It's just like have to use Rottweiler because let shine there a rescue hunt no quite. They the has on she get that so she you but they na and starter ya this kila. I will go you mean the let shine you but Roxy yeah. And it was a Rottweiler. Other ship, I chance to catch the lock of that door that in the jail. I should say next chance on the hollow. I don't know, but I need what the door screen door she 11 Rottweiler in between the heat. Also, my father's an elderly. And just that I'm home, but Lisa. So what they needed that I was state that a bit of needing by let's have a dot day Lord. I'm not allowed though, I'm not in aid though, I'm not attorney that I'm not a bit that is jelly, I'm not such a call in the national. They could the whole thing could not nash it no. That I'm not other should not need. That but on me. Then let's shine a run at Narande. They call gas inside Narande. I thought Dyson wanted to support me. I'm like, who's making up these laws? The other should hold that the AD gains the snow. So after the snow, they were just adding on to this. or you hot net the net as you didn't see has net a copy has jo not play has jo I see it like it and as a resolution of a car 100 chapters in hit and itan the resolution is easy so I don't hear that one. They quite shit Roxy ila lay typic couldn't hit call ishla. Hit the now the banda yo na even not the census number do the count it not therefore nahin de a show the other benda na so a quite hot shit kodo or did aho so jo by ya tel I 1 day 8 hours. But that got near yata and so don't make any decisions that you guys still have the 110 chapter in the the land they need to go back to the people let up who's the enforcement? Enforcement enforcement that's a banana and hard as I heard that so many times this morning. Other auto questions animal council dog and the shiny did the best and yet jet I don't think should be separate. So what I shut at the station so I don't hear any the shadowless. How could it yeah.
Time we're going to go ahead and recognize Division of Public Safety, Mr. Jesse Delmar. And then after Mr. Jesse Delmar, we'll go ahead and recognize Navajo Housing Authority. Director Delmar, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Director Delmar. Director Delmar, I don't know if I know that you had to step out for a short while to attend a meeting. So let me just go through the solutions at this point that Navajo Nation Council, RDC, and also Law and Order Committee has, I guess, based on the discussions that we've had so far, these are the solutions that we have come up with. Number one is to increase funding to animal control and then also to the veterinarian program to help assist with, I guess, the programs that they offer with dogs and cats. Number two is to change Title 17 and to include the vicious dog attacks into Title 17. There was a recommendation to create a separate law and not make it a criminal nuisance. But we know that if this is included in Title 17 and we start holding owners responsible and accountable, and we make those changes to be criminal, then it's not currently in Title 17, but we know that if it does get included in Title 17, it will affect Division of Public Safety with law enforcement and detention, and also prosecutor's office. Number three is to lower the number of dogs and cats that people will be allowed to have. Right now, they're allowed to have a total of 4. So that could be 2 dogs, 2 cats, 3 dogs, 1 cat, 3 cats, 1 dog, but they are only allowed to have 4. That is in the Navajo Nation law right now. The recommendation is to lower that to 2. So you could have 1 cat, 1 dog, or 2 cats or 2 dogs, with the exception of sheep herder dogs. That number, there wouldn't, there hasn't been a recommendation on the number that sheep herders can, I guess, have the number of dogs. Number 4 is that we also increase funding to provide the Navajo people information. So that's public notification on this new change in the law. And that will also require an increase in budget. And it's going to be a question of which division or department is going to be responsible for providing that notification. In my opinion, I think it should be government development, since that's really kind of part of their tasks, is to educate people on what's going on with the law. But That's hasn't been recommended fully. Number 5 is Title 13 and Title 17 to make it both a civil and a criminal, to include it as, I guess, a civil suit, and then also a criminal case that could be brought against an individual in the event that their dog or their dogs do attack animals or even individuals, people. Number 6 is that all dogs and cats we pass a law that they all be spayed and neutered. Those are the recommendations that have come out now from division directors and department heads, as well as listening to the delegates who have spoken on this issue. So at this point, Director Delmar, we know that this change will affect Division of Public Safety. We'd like to get your input on this. And then after that, we'll be going to Navajo Housing Authority to ask them how they're handling the situation within NHA, and to also possibly maybe make recommendations or comments about these solutions that have been brought forth. So with that, Director Delmar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Nez, Vice Chair Walker, the Vice Chair, so Mr. Freeland, Mr. Daniels, and everyone else. Thank you for this opportunity. This is, I did hear, first of all, I was here before I left around about noon, and I was back right away too as well. So I heard most of the conversations, a lot of comments from our experience as living here on Navajo land regarding dogs. All of them are pretty much consistent information from across the Navajo Nation. One item that Dr. Shabala talked about as far as funding is concerned, I remember we had this discussion with the president and also with the Animal Control Office, and I believe Mr. Gleason was in attendance at the time. And the request was made to the president's office that they needed additional positions. And I think the $500,000 addition to the annual budget is pretty much what they were given at the time. It's not a one-time funding. It's a part of the annual budget for that department from the president's office. So I want to clarify that, and Dr. Shabala did reiterate that information too as well. So yeah, I agree with all the recommendations that you listed, Madam Chair. And from our side, yeah, we deal with dogs too, probably every day too as well. We get called and we try to respond to these requests as much as we can. And unfortunately, we deal with a loss of life too as a result of vicious dogs, just roaming dogs. Miss June, I think it was, talked about the dogs just roaming freely at large too as well. And most of the time they're looking for food. A lot of talk about, okay, what do we do, Joe? That's one of the problems that we run into as law enforcement. Since I've been here, we dealt with loss of life at least twice or more. The last case, a criminal investigator was pretty much struggling with enforcement as to how we should, what we could do. And he was trying to be creative in doing this and trying to use what we have from the Title 17 code. And I believe he was talking with the U.S. Attorney's Office too at the time, as far as the loss of life is concerned. I believe that case is still active. I haven't heard a result as to how it's going to be addressed from the U.S. Attorney's Office or even from the prosecutor's office. So that is pretty much as a result of lacking laws here on Navajo. We're working with what we have right now. And like I said, this criminal investigator I was talking to was trying to be creative with what we had at that time. So, and I think it was Shananda Herman Daniels mentioned one time that he talked about his route from Ojeto all the way to Windarot. And one time he did say that he was parked at the intersection in Kienta, and there was a bunch of dogs there. And when the light turned green there, they started going across to the other side of the street. No, so when the light turns green, no, I think I think in every community it's like that. They're running at large and unsupervised a lot of times, and a lot of them perhaps don't have any owners at all, and just running freely. So I like what Mr. Gleason said, is controlling that population. And the only way you could do it is by what he suggested, is by spay and neuter. That's the only way you could do with the population currently right now with the dogs. So I have Captain Emmett Yazi with me too as well. I want to have him make some comments too regarding his experience and what his recommendations are. Captain Yazi? Go ahead, sir.
Director. Thank you, Director, Madam Chair, honorable delegates. I just want to reiterate Director's comments on every call that a police officer goes to. 99% of the time, we have to be aware of the dogs in the yards and in the homes. So we're constantly tackling those issues. You know, can we go approaching the house safely? Are there vicious dogs that's going to be released from inside the home? You know, we are constantly aware of that. So it is on a daily basis that I think we are dealing with dogs, but I got to give some comments to some very respectable dog owners and livestock owners. You know, some of these owners really love and cherish their animals, and they're very well behaved. And, you know, some of them come out and greet you and they're playful and they listen to commands. But some of them, you can tell they are neglected, malnourished, and yeah, some of them are mean. I also want to share that, you know, this past weekend, we had, unfortunately, 2 of our police officers attacked by eight dogs. The officers were simply trying to arrest the individual. The individual decided to fight the officers, and his dogs, 8 of them, attacked a female police officer and a male police officer. And luckily, there was 2 police officers there. Not only did they have to control the individual who was fighting them, you know, they had to contend with 8 vicious dogs who were also chewing on them. Both were taken to the hospital, and they had to receive treatment for those bite wounds and puncture wounds that they received from those dogs. So now we're trying to deal with that family and their dogs. And we've had other incidents where our officers have been attacked. We've also had numerous accounts where even N2A workers have approached the police department and say, hey, this family will not let me read their meter. They have vicious dogs that they say if I go into their yard to read the meter that they will release those dogs on me. You know, so I know there's people out there that are breeding these dogs to be mean and vicious, but some of us are pet owners who love our dogs. And I have a German Shepherd, and my German Shepherd's a therapy dog. And he's the gentlest buddy of mine that I have, but my neighbor's dogs are vicious. And I had to get one of my dog's leg amputated because their dogs came over into my yard and bit one of my dog's leg off. And so that cost me a hefty $1,000, and I had to take him all the way to Flagstaff for a veterinary service. There was no veterinary service here on Navajo, especially on after hours. So it kind of goes both ways, but I think a lot of accountability has to be put back on the owners of how they manage those dogs and how they care for those dogs. So I think overall, I really appreciate the Navajo Nation being on the right track on trying to address some of these issues. And I appreciate my delegate from Chin Lee, who's sponsoring this bill. And I'm sure he sees the problems that we have also from Chin Lee area. And I appreciate all of you. And I think this is something that is needed and it does need to be addressed. And that's all I have. Thank you, Director, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Captain. Madam Chair, thank you. All the recommendations that you listed, I pretty much agree with all of them. And lastly, I want to say thank you. I'm late for my next meeting, ma'am. And I just wanted to say too that the Chief Prosecutor is with us too as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that, Director Delmar. Committee members, I would like to ask in terms of what we've heard so far, that when we're talking about lowering the number of dogs from 4 to 2, possibly a recommendation is to fine individuals for having cats and dogs more than what is allowed by law. I think if we want to put responsibility back on the owner, as was stated earlier at the beginning of this meeting, that as owners, that we should take on the responsibility and we should be accountable for our animals' actions. And there were delegates, who did share, their stories of their animals and what we are doing. Because I admit, Mr. Gleason, my name is Delegate Charles Newton, and I'm currently breaking the law because I have 4 dogs and 1 cat. And again, I think that, we have been talking about that. And so now I'm worried because I'm thinking, which dog am I going to have to get rid of, or which cat? Well, I only have 1 cat, so I probably won't get rid of that cat. But those are some things that we have to take into consideration. But maybe we could include in there, like for those people who don't want to get rid of their dogs and cats, that we find them and that we make it clear that they had the option. And maybe we can somehow work on that measure. So with that, Director Delmar, we appreciate your we appreciate your chiming in on this, and we appreciate that you agree to these recommendations / solutions that we've come up out of this work session. So with that, I know that Navajo Housing Authority did offer some recommendations last week to RDC. So we'd like to call upon the CEO at this time to share that information, as Law and Order Committee was not present during that meeting. So I believe if the CEO is available, we'd like to hear directly from her.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Maureen Curley, CEO for Navajo Housing. Aro Areyate Shanala, Chairman Nez, members of the RDC committee, and also members of the Law and Order Committee. We did talk about the dog problem within each of the NHA compounds throughout the Navajo Nation. This was something that we were working on here in NHA. The last time that the NHA policies for rental policies to have animals or to have pets within each of the units was done in 2019. So with a couple of problems that occurred within the last couple of, within the last month that I've been on, we've decided to look at that policy again and also to update the resolution for this particular problem. Some of the things that we are doing here within NHA is we are updating our policies for each of the public rental policy and also the home ownership policies. And in those policies, we are basically in line with what you are discussing today. You have some solutions here in which I totally agree with. Number 3, you have the number of dogs and cats, which is 4, but in our policy it is it's going to be 2, if not 1. 1 dog, maybe 1 cat, or maybe 2 dogs, but it will be just 2 animals per house. And we are in the process of updating, like I said, the policies. And with those new policies and dog ownership, we are going to institute having a deposit for the dogs. Mind you, I'm a dog owner myself. I've had dogs all my life, but that my kids have grown up with dogs. We've always had lab dogs. So this dog that we have now in my home in Phoenix is a Rottweiler. So we are dog owners. We've been dog owners all our lives. And I attest to all the other comments that have been made about dog owners. You have to really be engaged with your dogs in order to be a dog owner. They require a lot of work. And it's really disheartening to see some of the dogs that have been just dropped off and left. And so in order for us to clean up that problem within each of our housing subdivisions is that we are going to change the policy to 2 dogs. The dogs must be on a leash and they must be fenced in. And the other thing is that they must be neutered and they must have a collar. If there are any other dogs roaming around within the housing subdivisions, we are going to call, I guess, the Navajo Nation Pet Control, if that's what they're called, but I'm not real sure the language to that right now. But, you know, in a metropolitan area, you always call the pet rescue. So we're going to see what we can do to change those policies within each of housing subdivisions. I mimic the fact that you are requesting increased funding for the Navajo Nation. Is it for public notification and also the vet program? I do believe that a lot of dogs here on the reservations have not been neutered and they have not been tagged. And that's just part of an owner's responsibility to do that for a dog. And I do believe that I don't want to say all dogs go to heaven, but that's kind of where my mind is going. But that all dogs need to be spayed and neutered. So, Madam Chair, that's what we are doing here within NHA, within our housing subdivisions, and we are updating that policy to go before our BOC and also to RDC. I am open for questions if you have any.
Thank you for that, Ms. Curley. I believe at this point, we can go ahead and turn the floor back over to the delegates, committee members, Law and Order Committee, Resources and Development Committee. Are there any questions or comments at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Shaja, Delegate Eugene, so thank you for bringing this legislation forward. And I know that that currently right now there is possible language that may be that is coming forth So right now, as it stands, the recommendations to summarize legislation 0002 -22 and the changes existing to Title 17 is that number one, is for a criminal nuisance, a specific offense is added for allowing a dog to run at large. And if it attacks and injures a person, that's a criminal nuisance. So that would be a change to Title 17. Number two, 002-22 would define dog running at large as a dog that is not chained up in a fenced enclosure, not under the control of someone age 12 and older. Number three change, that 0002-22, the recommendations, a Navajo Nation peace officer may shoot on sight a dog that he or she determines has attacked a person. Number four recommendations is sentences for dog attacks will increase from a maximum of 30 days to, and then also a maximum of 1,000 fine. And it's going to change to a minimum of 30 days and a maximum of 1 year imprisonment and a minimum of $1,000 and a maximum of $5,000 fine. The next change at 0002-22 will make is that violators will pay restitution and funeral expenses, and there will be no provision for funding. This was a summary that was sent over to us with the changes that are being discussed at this point. But again, what Chair Naz and I will do with with Mr. Tapaha and then also Ms. Spencer is to write a letter regarding this work session and some of the recommendations / solutions that have come out of this work session and present that to the 24th Navajo Nation Council if this legislation is heard at next week's spring council. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Eugene So for some last words before we adjourn this meeting for the day. Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Agassi. I just want to obey. Sonne da Ilya kondish. Havet arodi no kon. Na tran hoji. Na hot it ohi. Jo arip it's are ishesh. Na aneni bik ho. To krishi. Etchen yader. It's on na yisla. O hayi. Asipaine. Got ago a banza case. Today, for me, I'd like to say to end this and conclude, to start off with, I'm more happier than yesterday. Man alive. My daughter and her man just gave birth to a young man, 10-13 last night, 22 inches. I don't know how. And then 8 pounds and 5 ounces. They gave him a name, Jackson Oliver Benali, J-O-B initial. So it was a good job. I'm just a plus grandson again today. Hey, share as a by on it. That's how happy you are with the grandkids and what's going on the reservation in regards to these dogs. No, I see. What would happen to your kids because of these vicious dogs? The legislation 00222 is an emergency legislation and as introduced to the Navajo Nation session. I presume should be addressed accordingly. Ko she got sit Rick and Eugenia the people concerned is an issue before us now. The rules we have seems don't have enough teeth, so to say. It is our job to re-amend as to apply it with more force to include our people concerns, which we are now addressing. How can we apply it to conclude what is going on out there? And again, I stress my position for this. For me, a life loss is one too many. We're all aware of our life. It's sacred. Of course, took the hours, took the time to sit on this legislation that's very concerning. Thank you.
Delegate Eugene. So I believe that this concludes the work session between RDC and Law and Order Committee. The recommendation at this time from both, well, maybe I shouldn't speak for Chair Naz, but I will speak for myself as Chairwoman for Law and Order Committee is to move this legislation to the spring session along with the recommendations that have been provided today. Send that letter out to council, and any delegate who wishes to make amendments can reach out to Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Bobroff to have that language ready when it's heard at Spring Council. Chair Nez, those are the recommendations at this time on behalf of Law and Order Committee. So I'll turn the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Charles Newton, honorable members of the Law and Order Committee, as well as my team, Resource and Development Committee, staff, and everybody that participated. It was good that we had this work session to hear from everybody the recommendations that were submitted. We value each and every statement that was made as we concur to move forward with this legislation and bring it before the 24th Navajo Nation Council at the spring session. I look forward to it, and thank you, Honorable Eugene So, for this legislation. There is much improvement to be done on the Navajo Nation, and this is just part of that. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, we could concur to adjourn at this time. You all be safe, staff going home, everybody listening as well. God be with each and every one of you. Thank you for helping me, Shadeja. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, you kind of gave me a rest to not facilitate a meeting that much today. So, Mr. Tahi, thank you very much. Ms. Spencer, thank you. Ms. Nota, as well as Ms. Springer, thank you very much.
Turner.
Leeson, as well as Glenda, thank you very much. And we're going to go ahead and it's 2:16 and we have a long drive to go home to. So
Turner.
Who's that?
Turner.
Who's this?
Turner, this is Roland So.
Mr. So, make it brief. Ashkora.
I will. I've been trying to get on, and I want to be respectful and not jumping, but I had to.
First of all, I guess as grazing officials, we're the first one that are called out in these incidents, and nobody ever reached out to us to see if we can be part of this discussion. I'm very disappointed in that. A lot of the people who are there are not the first responders. I'm going to put this in Navajo. Alonge. Vicious dogs. There's a lot of vicious dogs that breed. HED legislation beyond that, blue healer. I know that some of the lawmakers have blue healers, and there will be excuses not to put them on, but it starts from blue healer all the way to pit bulls. Sheepdogs, Nana. I hear a lot of people saying a delegate would say that at a grazing meeting. But right now I'm starting to hear that if there's sheepdogs, they should be registered as sheepdogs. The Benaz has undergone test over they're being sold and traded on social media and at the flea markets right in front of us. Dido be has ani bado sis sahoti khashida te shi se chade ya ndahani penal sosta da holno da be registered do edo da purebred da kairo bod ni khan da yilni o you said chance da yi ni hit the large adnet da animal control on nin here on hell da ins kidisnens instant hit ni se treda hotido el kido yan hit ni se as grazing official. The bagan you hit or being a penagoin that net a net or you hot echo el kidoedo yanda tinda sto zo del nestos car net zaton shido satona hard count the babanan ani clinic in he you see other larger other old net and the other large tase ko report il ado na net a quaggy yet a yard sonda Nikislas neto koros kislato ba yel halan she could easy planeta are they said about the hoditsa or use benches dil not end to in sinos kada hela.
So, for your information, I appreciate your statement. It is well noted. I want you to understand that this work session, according to the agenda, is supposed to be for the prosecutor's office, Fish and Wildlife Animal Control Program, Navajo Veterans Veterinary Program, Office of the Controller, OMB, Department of Ag, Division of Public Safety, Navajo Housing Authority, to make recommendations and amendments to leadership. You're still welcome to send in your comments and concerns to Office of Legislative Services. Recommendation at all. Once I go shake, could you be able to see it later? We'll adjourn at this time.